No one knows exactly how it starts, but I know how it grows. First, inspiration. Then, determination. The work begins. You push yourself.
Give me that. Yep.
The primary goal, to get better. The dream, to be great. Nothing stops the drive.
Again!
Not the pain, fatigue, or the distraction. Finally, a stylish shape. Move after move. Step after step. None bigger than today.
Welcome to the 2015 NBA Draft presented by State Farm. Tonight in Brooklyn's Barclays Center, where 29 teams have picked 28 in the first round, and presiding over his second NBA Draft as commissioner here is Adam Silver.
Good evening, and welcome to the 2015 NBA Draft at the Barclays Center, home of the Brooklyn Nets. Thank you to the Nets for hosting tonight's draft, and thank you to our fans here and around the world for joining us and for your support all season long. Before our proceedings begin, let me congratulate the Golden State Warriors on winning the 2015 NBA Championship, their first title in 40 years. The Warriors' climb back to the top of the league began long before this season's first game. In fact, it began right here on draft night. Golden State selected the league's reigning MVP, Steph Curry, 7th in the 2009 NBA Draft. They picked all-star shooting guard Klay Thompson, 11th in the 2011 NBA Draft. And the Warriors selected starting forward Draymond Green, 35th in the 2012 NBA Draft. Which of these young men picked tonight will be next to alter the destiny of his franchise? Which will be the cornerstone of a championship team? Every one of them has dreamed of this moment, and their hard work and endless hours in the gym are about to pay off. So let's not make them wait any longer. The first pick in the 2015 NBA Draft belongs to the Minnesota Timberwolves, who have 5 minutes to make their selection.
Commissioner Silver has put the Timberwolves on the clock, laid out the blueprint that the Warriors followed by building through the draft, one that it seems the Timberwolves are hoping to emulate for the reigning Rookie of the Year, Andrew Wiggins, and we presume about to pick Karl Anthony Towns with the #1 overall pick in this draft, as they have just over 4.5 minutes left to make the pick, and you saw some nervous faces among those. There's Emmanuel Mudiay, waiting to see when he'll be picked. Guys on this set, they understand what it's like to have to get out their best suits and figure out and wait and hear their name called on draft night.
With the 13th pick in the 1994 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Jalen Rose. With the second pick in the 2002 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Jay Williams from Duke University.
Has been the subject of much debate.
Oh, boy.
That was clearly before you started getting your suits at Baby Gap.
Hey, that was a 2X
And
suit.
he had hair. He had hair.
I had a hairline. You're exactly right. I didn't know red was back in.
There was a story behind that because of where you expected to be drafted, right?
I thought I was going to be taken by the Los Angeles Clippers, so I wanted to be matching. And I didn't have a budget. I didn't have a jeweler, okay? I had 2 suits, a lime green one or the red and white one. If Seattle was going to take me later, so I said, you know what, I know I'm going earlier, so I wore the red and white one.
So you also were drafted by the Mavericks.
No footage at that time.
But
What were you wearing?
Hey,
What were you wearing when you got
I was drafted so late, I was wearing pajamas, and they called me and they told me, do you speak Italian?
Well, it's not going to take long to find out who the Timberwolves are taking. Brian Windhorst on our draft preview show reported that they're going to take Karl Anthony Towns. Minnesota only won 16 games this past season. They need help a lot of places. They dealt Kevin Love to the Cavaliers. In return, they got the last two guys picked number 1 overall in the draft, Andrew Wiggins and Anthony Bennett. Wiggins was the NBA Rookie of the Year. He was the first player in franchise history to win that award. However, as I mentioned, only 16 wins. Missed the playoffs for the 11th straight year. That's the longest active streak in the NBA, but they did win the lottery. They'll have the first number 1 pick in team history, and assuming that nobody moves, they will be the first team in NBA history to have 3 consecutive number 1 overall picks on the roster at the same time. And Wiggins had a terrific rookie season, and they hope that Towns will be able to do the same thing. We're going to have reports from Minneapolis throughout the night, and Minnesota has made its selection. We believe it's going to be Karl Anthony Towns, and you think they can't go wrong here.
Can't go wrong with Karl Anthony Towns with his versatility. He's got a chance to be a great player.
So Adam Silver is about to make his way to the microphone, and we believe, announced that Minnesota has selected Karl Anthony Towns out of Kentucky, assuming there wasn't a last-minute change of heart. Here is the commissioner.
With the first pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Karl Anthony Towns from the University of Kentucky.
And there is Karl Anthony Towns. Spent 1 season at Kentucky, was dominant and even better as the season got later. Played his high school ball at J. Will's alma mater, St. Joe's in New Jersey. He's been an exemplary young man and part of the high character of this class that we've talked about, exhibited by Karl Anthony Towns.
I think he's an absolute great fit for the Timberwolves. They were almost last in the league in block shots per game, 27th. He averages 2. He could be that rim protector. And just because they had 16 wins, they had a down year, but they also played young. Ricky Rubio was out a lot of the year. Kevin Martin was out a lot of the year. Nikola Pekovic was out a lot of the year. So now you bring them back and you make them healthy, along with Zach LaVine, Andrew Wiggins, Shabazz Muhammad. They have talent on that team.
Kevin Garnett to mentor Karl Anthony Towns, too. Here is what Karl Anthony Towns is able to give you: 6'11", 250. He can do a lot of different things on the floor.
Well, he's incredibly versatile. He can post up, he can go over either shoulder in the post, and it's really improved his post play. He's gotten much stronger in his ability to get fouled and play through contact. But he can also step away. He can knock down a three-pointer, knock down a mid-range jumper, and he can also put the ball on the deck. Does a very good job. He's mobile, running the floor, and does a nice job finishing. He is an excellent rim protector, shot blocker. Let's get this out of the way because of America's chronic problem with sobriety. He's got a 7'3" wingspan. Tip him back, America. He's got long arms, length, wingspan. But he's got an aptitude for the game. He's a great kid. He's a hard worker. He's terrific.
Freshman, 19 years old, 7-footer. How about Patrick Ewing? That's right. A rim protector, can run the floor, a soft touch. Of course, the young fella is going to be a better ball handler. Yeah, he's going to be able to make the three. But if he can make the Hall of Fame like Patrick Ewing, I'll take it if I'm the Minnesota Timberwolves.
And J-Rose, how about the fact he learned how to play with his back to the basket, going to school in Kentucky for a year?
How about in February, if you would have said he would be the #1 pick over Okafor, people were laughing. Now it happens.
And Kentucky becomes the first school in the common draft era to have 3 players picked #1 overall. All of them played for John Calipari, who's sharing a hug with Karl Anthony Towns. The other 2, Anthony Davis and John Wall. Shannon Spakes with Karl Anthony.
Well, Reese, Karl Anthony Towns just told me that he's so nervous. He told Coach Calipari, don't give me the ball right now. Don't give me the ball right now. You know, I see you with your dad over there. When you were younger, he spent all of his savings, built you a concrete court in the backyard so that you could live out your dream. What's it like to share this moment with your family?
This is what you live for. You want to give back to your parents. I mean, they give you the world, and being able to wear this hat and show them that their son is doing well in life, and that I can take care of myself, and all the work and dedication they put into me, and And all the times they sacrifice for me, I'm sacrificing back for them, and it wasn't for nothing.
I can see how affected you are by this moment. The hat on your head. The Timberwolves obviously looking for someone to contribute right away. How are you going to do that?
I'm going to go in right away and just be as versatile as I can be. Contribute just by being able to give the coach any option he needs for us to win the game. And that's the one thing I want to know, Timberwolves fans to know, is that I'm coming with a winning attitude, and I just want to win. I'm not looking for individual success. I'm looking for the whole team to have success.
He is on his way, and somewhere out there, Big Blue Nation is rejoicing. Now over to Heather Cox.
Shannon, thanks so much. Joined by Jacqueline and Carl, and very, very emotional moment. Carl, we heard Shannon talk about you using most of your savings to build that concrete court in the backyard. Now that you're seeing those sacrifices pay off and those dreams become a reality, what is it like for you?
It's unsurreal. It's so surreal. I mean, emotionally, I want to start crying, but it's just like everything that we worked hard and we put time in and all the sacrifices we made, it makes it really worth it. I'm really emotional right now because of, you're dreaming about this day, but it's here now, and I'm very, very happy. I'm happy for Carl. He puts a lot of time in. I'm happy for my wife, my daughter, because people don't understand what we sacrificed to do this and to live this dream and go to Kentucky, and just to see him be happy. I'm so emotional on what he did at Kentucky, John Calipari, Kenny Payne, and all them. And I mean, it's something that I never dreamed of, but I'm glad it's here, and I'm really emotional right now.
A very proud moment. Thanks for sharing it with us. And for all the games, you guys never sat next to each other. It became a superstition, so you decided not to do that tonight here. So we move over to Jacqueline, who's not sitting next to her husband. Now your son becomes the face of the Minnesota Timberwolves. What kind of advice have you given him for the spotlight that's going to be on him now?
I just say continue to work hard, love your fans, give them the smiles that you always give us at home. Be true to them and work hard.
Perfect advice from a great mom. Jacqueline, thank you. Reese?
All right, Heather, so Karl Anthony Towns having that moment with Adam Silver, and Mom getting the quick picture as well. Now, he only averaged a little over 10 points per game, and granted, most of that was because of Calipari's platoon system and limited minutes, but it is the lowest scoring average by the #1 overall pick by nearly 5 points per game in the Comet Draft era. And here are the guys that I mentioned from Kentucky going #1 overall. The Wildcats are the only ones that have 3 guys to go first overall. So now that puts the Lakers on the clock, and they are running out of time. They, of course, coming off the worst season in franchise history in terms of number of wins. Kobe Bryant was injured. Their lottery pick from last year, Julius Randle, got injured, broke his leg in the first game. So the Lakers, though, are intriguing because of what they might do in free agency and how that might affect the pick we're going to see.
Correct. Those free agents are all power forwards. You hear them talking about potentially trading for Boogie Cousins, signing Love, signing Aldridge. They are in the West. You must go D'Angelo Russell here or my head would explode.
Wow. I think it's hard to pass on Jahlil Okafor.
I do too.
I think he has so much upside. I think Russell's good, but I think Okafor, if you pass on him, you're going to regret that for a long time.
All right, the clock has struck 0 on the Lakers. They have a top 5 pick for the first time since they took James Worthy in 1982. Adam Silver has the Lakers selection.
With the second pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select D'Angelo Russell from The Ohio State University.
The Lakers fans in the building are delighted with the pick. Jalen's head will not have to explode. And what does this indicate to you? Now, look, I'm not accusing, don't misunderstand, I'm not accusing the Lakers of any malfeasance. What does this say about their confidence in either swinging the trade for Cousins or being able to lure one of those free agents, Aldridge or Love, that you mentioned?
A, it says a lot about their confidence. B, we know Kobe Bryant has a couple of years only remaining. Therefore, you need somebody that can lead the team in scoring, can lead the team in assists, a combination guard that's going to make players around him better. And they're also in the Western Conference, where it's guard dominant. Multiple all-stars playing for great teams.
Are you surprised by this pick, James?
I'm surprised by the pick, but look, I've said all along, I think D'Angelo Russell is the best pure basketball player in this draft. I mean, you can make an argument for Okafor. but this is not a bad pick because D'Angelo Russell is a savant passing the ball. He can absolutely see the floor. He doesn't look, he sees, and he can deliver the ball like very few guards that I've seen in the last several years. He can do it in the full court. He is excellent off of pick and rolls. He plays with really good pace. Now, he's not an elite level NBA athlete, so he's not a guy like Derrick Rose that is unbelievably dynamic, but this guy is an outstanding athlete. He's an NBA athlete, and he's effortless as a scorer. Left-handed, he's got long arms, he can pull up and hit, he can drive it, he makes really good decisions, and the game just comes easy to him. It's a little bit like watching Steph Curry play. I'm not saying he's going to be as good. We're talking about the reigning MVP and a guy who's a certain Hall of Famer if he stays healthy, but Russell's got that kind of game.
I like that he's smooth and he's crafty. We're going to go back to the Wayback Machine for this one. That's right, Lenny Wilkins, the Hall of Fame lefty. D'Angelo Russell, only the third freshman to average 19, 5, and 5. The other two, Kenny Anderson, Danny Ainge. The most efficient pick-and-roll prospect at point guard in this draft. However, the least effective pick-and-roll defender. Going to have to pick it up on that end of the floor.
How about over the course of the calendar year, D'Angelo Russell was not an overly hyped recruit, top 15 in the ESPN 100. Now he's the number 2 pick in the NBA draft. He's with Shannon's favorite.
Well, Reese, you just heard Jalen say he's smooth and he's crafty. Something else he is confident. Told me yesterday that you felt you were the best player in this draft because of your journey. What is it about that journey?
Man, I just want to say I want to thank God. Man. I can't even talk right now, but the journey that I've been through, the stress, the pain that my family's been through, it's just tough, man. It's a surreal moment that I can't really explain.
You're going to L.A., Kobe Bryant. How do you look to him as a possible mentor in your future?
I just really want to I want him to take me under his wing and really just gain every piece of knowledge that I can really gain. And just go from there. I mean, that franchise isn't used to losing, so, and I'm a winning player. They got winning players, they're winning coaching staff. Everybody's used to winning around there, and I feel like I fit in great.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And Reese D'Angelo said he likes to fly under the radar. He's no longer under the radar, Reese.
No, he's not, Shannon. It was 36 years ago today that the Lakers drafted Magic Johnson, and I'm not saying that D'Angelo Russell's Magic Johnson, but they got another guy who can create a little bit of magic, and certainly he is the future of the assists. And it is time for the future of the assists, brought to you by State Farm, and for that we join Tom Penn.
I'll tell you what, boom or bust, this is the best candidate to be a superstar in the league. You go to your advanced analytics team, and I did at ESPN. We got a good one. Who's got the best chance to be a real superstar? It's him. 15%, that's the highest in the draft. That's higher than the recent young guys. But there's a bust chance. I asked our guys, why so high on this? And it's because his numbers were so inflated in an inefficient offense and defense at Ohio State overall. But your eyes don't deceive you here. That's when you go back to your gut, you go back to your eyes. And welcome to your new peer group. In the Western Conference, this is what the expectation is, that you will develop into the new Kobe Bryant for the Los Angeles Lakers and to compete with these guys in the West. Big-time pick for the Lakers here. They are going for it.
So the Lakers hope to have a healthy Kobe Bryant. They get D'Angelo Russell, Julius Randle, if things stay pat right now. You don't know exactly how this is going to play out in terms of how they're going to put the roster together around D'Angelo Russell.
Well, if they do, I mean, look, they're going to have a lot of cap space, so they can still obviously get a guy like Jalen alluded to, LaMarcus Aldridge, Kevin Love, Marc Gasol, even though I don't think he's going to leave Memphis. He may potentially get a 2-guard like Lou Williams or Chris Middleton. They can put together the right pieces. The one question I have for a guy like D'Angelo Russell, I don't think he's as athletic as a guy like Moutier. And when you saw Tom talk about the people that he's going to have to guard, I think that's going to be a major challenge for him, because I don't know if he has the foot speed to stay in front of guys like Dame Lillard, Stephen Curry, Russell Westbrook. You're talking about elite of the elite guards in the Western Conference.
First of all, I haven't seen anybody yet stay in front of Steph Curry. So,
I'm saying, but that's going to be every single night in the Western Conference.
Okay. He does. That is an area where he needs to improve. But,
exactly.
but the one thing, like, you can look at the Lakers and say, maybe they thought he was the best available player. It might not just be fit stuff, because, I mean, he's really, really good, and I think he's got a chance to be great.
I have a number, 3,988. That's how many people have played a game in the NBA. Okay, can we retire the term bust and scrub for guys that actually make it to the NBA?
Agreed.
If you go to college and you are making millions of dollars in your post-collegiate career, and you're fortunate enough to buy your mom a house, you're not a bust. You might be a letdown, you might be a washout, but you're not a bust.
You know, there have been some letdowns for Philadelphia in recent drafts, many of them centering around injuries. The 76ers are on the clock with the 3rd overall pick. They have Joel Embiid. He missed the season with a foot problem, and the reports are there's been a setback in that regard. They have Nerlens Noel already. But again, does this come back to your philosophy? If Jahlil Okafor is a higher-ranked prospect, and some, including you, believe he was the best one, Sixers take him anyway and figure out what to do with his other guy.
I mean, that's the way I look at it. It doesn't mean that Philly's going to look at it quite that way. And Chris Porzingis, as Fran Fraschilla will tell you all day long, has got an awful lot of potential. But I think Jahlil Okafor, this is fortunate for Philadelphia or maybe the Knicks, depending on what happens, to have a guy like Jahlil Okafor drop to you.
Guys, we are talking about Sam Hinkie here. There's a Sam Hinkie factor. I mean, nobody knows what he's going to do. I mean, you drafted 2 guys a couple years ago that didn't play their first season. And Joel Embiid is still up in the air for next season. And they definitely need a point guard
He's
badly.
building for the next couple of years, and the pick is in for Philadelphia now, and the 76ers, who've had a string of miserable seasons, hoping this can help turn it around. Let's see what the Sixers take.
Before announcing the Philadelphia 76ers pick, I'd like to acknowledge the passing of Harvey Pollack, the legendary pioneer of NBA statistics, who passed away Tuesday evening. Harvey was the forefather of modern sports analytics. He invented statistical categories like turnovers and triple-doubles and published his annual NBA statistical yearbook for 48 years. He documented NBA history, including famously handwriting the number 100 on a sheet of paper, which produced one of the game's most iconic images. Harvey spent his entire career in Philadelphia with the Warriors and then the 76ers, and was the only person with rings from all 4 of the city's NBA championships. He was also the last active NBA employee from the league's inaugural season in 1946-47. Harvey Pollack was 93 years old. He will be missed. Thank you very much. With the 3rd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Jahlil Okafor from Duke University.
Jahlil Okafor, greeting family and friends, including a moment ago, Justice Winslow, and there's Emmanuel Mudiay waiting as the Knicks will go on the clock next, and perhaps Mudiay will hear his name called. But Okafor had a fabulous season, led Duke to a national championship, and now he is the big man we presume that Philadelphia will choose to build around, as opposed to Noel and Embiid, depending on Embiid's health.
Really, you can make an argument that Jahlil Okafor is the most dominant low-post player in this draft, that he's the most dominant, he has the most dominant ability of anybody in the draft, and that's his low-post scoring. You know, he's a 20 and 10 guy, projected out over 40 minutes. He averaged 18 points a game, 9 rebounds. You know, he's not the same kind of rim protector that Karl Anthony Towns is, but he's a far superior low-post scorer. He's got huge hands and a great touch around the basket. He's really explosive and strong with the ball. His feet are great, and he can really put the ball on the deck and get position and find his way to the basket. He's an excellent finisher around the rim, a 79% finisher in non-post-up plays, and he commands a double team. Terrific skills offensively, both shooting the ball inside and his ability to put the ball on the floor and move those feet. And he can get out of double teams and pass out of them. He's an excellent passer out of a double team. He can pass not only same side, which a lot of guys try to do, but he can dribble out and throw a bullet cross court. That's really the difference in passing out of a double team. Now, he's not a great pick-and-roll defender. He is not a great rim protector, but Jalen, he's a big-time scorer.
My count for this 19-year-old freshman plays in this building and made $16.7 million to play basketball this year. Brook Lopez, while he can also score on the post, probably won't lead the league in rebounds or blocks, but he has a soft touch, can shoot the jump shot. Jaleel Okafor, I agree with you, Jay, the most dominant post-up player in this draft. 60% field goals from the post.
And actually, him and Nerlens Noel actually complement each other. Nerlens Noel is that rim protector, that defensive player down low.
And Embiid as well.
Could be a great 1-2 punch. They're having a draft party in Philadelphia. They were afraid that they would have the opportunity to get neither Karl Anthony Towns nor Jaleel Okafor, but they wind up with a big fella from Duke who's with Shannon Spick.
That's right, Reese. Thanks so much. Jaleel, you know, you came into this evening, everyone was telling you you were going to go 1 or 2. You didn't even work out with the 76ers. What are your thoughts about heading to Philadelphia?
I'm excited. I'm in the NBA. That was my dream my entire life, so I'm excited.
You know, you're over there at the table with your father. He's been your rock. You lost your mom when you were 9 years old. How does this moment honor both of them?
It's a great moment. I wish my mother was here. I know she's watching over me, but my dad couldn't be prouder of the man that I've become. So I'm living my dream, so he's happy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Heather?
Shannon, thanks so much. Joined by Jaleel's father, Chuck. Congratulations. This has been a dream that the family has had for a long, long time. Maybe you had to wait a little bit longer than you were thinking, but now that it's here, how would you describe the pride that you're feeling for your son?
I mean, I'm just so proud of him. I'm happy for him. I'm happy for the whole family. He's been working incredibly hard from day one. I mean, I'm not going to cry until I get behind closed doors, but it's such a great moment. He knows his mom is watching over him. Man, to have his whole family, sister, niece, grandma right here is just a pleasure, and we're blessed. We're blessed.
You talk about starting from day one. In fact, he has told us stories of actually balling up socks and things and throwing them into a wire hanger when he was just 15 months old, you know, making a hoop. What is your earliest memory of having this dream of playing in the NBA of your son?
I just remember pretty much the same because I watch it all the time. But just when he was dunking on them hangers in his diapers, me just playing with him. At that time, I was just calling him different athletes, whether it was Shaq, Charles. I guess I was just molding him, man, and it's well-deserved. Our family couldn't be more pleased.
Enjoy every minute and start reading up about Philadelphia and all the great spots to go.
You know about Philly. We coming. Oh, Chuck, Dr. J, we will be there.
You're good to go. All right, Reese.
And there is no doubt that they'll be there. We ran across Chucky and Jaleel's uncle over the course of the college basketball season several times. A live wire, both of them. They thoroughly enjoyed Jaleel's success and watching him play as he heads to Philadelphia. As I told you, the Knicks are on the clock now. They've got a little over a minute to make the pick, 4th overall in the draft. All right, Andy, as you look at this right now with the Knicks on the clock, what are you hearing about potential movement?
Well, let's first deal with the 76ers here. I just texted with general manager Sam Hinkie, who said that the Sixers are going to keep this pick, even though they've got Nerlens Noel, Joel Embiid. This is true to what they've done. Best player available. This allows them to have a great asset. And obviously, maybe potentially moving Noel. We'll have to wait and see. We don't know about Embiid's health. They are keeping Jaleel Okafor. Back to you, Reese.
All right, Andy, that's what we presumed, a dominant low-post scorer like that. So now the Knicks under a minute to go. What do you think the Knicks should do here?
It's going to be fascinating to watch. I mean, look, they need bigs. They have a lot of holes. I kind of want to give New York what they deserve, right? Every single year we hear them boo the pick. But a guy like Justice Winslow is a guy that has that heart, has that grit. He can play alongside Carmelo Anthony at the 2, and he's a heck of a defender.
I totally agree. The Knicks should take Justice Winslow. He's a versatile player on both ends of the floor. A capable shooter, a really good defender, and also I played against those 90s Knicks teams. New York loves toughness, and he's going to bring that, and he's going to play hard on a nightly basis.
I don't think GM should pick on how not to get booed.
Well, that's an impossible task with New York. I mean,
I think there's going to be boos in here no matter what.
Yeah. But, Jim, we were talking about this before. Every day you watch Bargnani shoot threes, and it's something, though, right? I mean, so why not go for somebody who has that grit who really epitomizes what New York City basketball is about.
But also the rock of their team is Carmelo Anthony. You need somebody on the perimeter to play beside him. And he's a versatile guy that has the ability to do so and the tough skin to play in this town.
All right, Carmelo missed 42 games this past year. Knicks had their worst season in franchise history, only 17 wins. Adam Silver has the pick. It is 4th overall in the draft. Let's see who the Knicks select, and let's also see how this sizable Knicks fan contingent reacts.
With the 4th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the New York Knicks select Kristaps Porzingis from Liepaja, Latvia. He last played for Sevilla in Spain.
The despair on the young Knicks fans' face, and perhaps Chris Porzingis can turn these fans around at some point. I almost hate to bring up this little bit of history now, but I'm compelled to do so. Dirk Nowitzki and Pau Gasol were the first European players ever drafted in the lottery. They became All-Stars. Since then, 16 Europeans have been drafted in the lottery, just in the lottery now. None of them have become All-Stars. Chris Porzingis said to be different. Some believe, Fran Fraschilla, that he has more upside than anybody in this draft. What say you?
I grew up a Knicks fan in this town. The Knicks stink. They stink. This is a good gamble. Why try to hit a single or double when you may be hitting a grand slam? Now, we realize when you look at him, he looks like an extra in a Dolph Lundgren movie that Jay Billis once starred in. We get that, okay? But you're talking 7'2", okay, 230 pounds, 19 years old. He is as good a shooter as there is in this draft. He's an athlete. He can be a rim protector in time. Is he going to struggle in his rookie year? Absolutely. But in 2 or 3 years, you have a chance to have somebody that you may have in New York for 12 more years. I like this pick because after Okafor, Towns, and Russell, you are swinging for the fences, and Phil Jackson is earning his money. I like the pick.
Fraschilla definitive that the big fella from Latvia, who has made it his goal to play in the NBA. He's worked on English for quite some time. Didn't want that to be a barrier. Didn't want that to be once he made it to the NBA. And here, he's told Andy Katz this week that he embraces the opportunity to play in New York. That's assuming that there are no subsequent moves, and Chris Porzingis is with Shannon Spain.
That's right, Reese. He told Andy Katz, I want to play in New York. I want you to look around, look at all these fans. This is your future, these folks in here. Why did you want to be with this team so bad?
I mean, it's my dream to play in the New York Knicks, as I said in the interviews before the draft, and it's just an amazing feeling being drafted by the Knicks and given this opportunity to play in such a basketball city, and hopefully I can be a part of something special.
Because there are so many unknowns, because so many people haven't seen you play, obviously there are some hesitations. What do you want people to know about you and your game that they might not know?
For those people who don't know me, they may think that I'm, soft European who likes basketball. They've been busts before, so I'm different. I just really love the game. I'm very hungry. I'm looking forward to playing the best league in the world against the best players in the world, and it's my passion about the game that sets me apart.
Congratulations. He already has his jersey, and Reese, he doesn't have a long commute to work tomorrow.
A lot of these guys are going to have to do some traveling. Porzingis has traveled a long way to get to this point, but from Brooklyn to the Knicks, not as much of a distance to travel. Now, the international players, I mentioned European guys only. If you go ahead and expand that to all international players, Yao Ming was an all-star, but that's it in terms of lottery picks, making it through the all-star game. Now, you look at Chris Porzingis, and there was a great 3-part series, both video and written piece on Grantland, sort of letting people get to know Porzingis and how this has been his goal and how he's developed himself for this opportunity. But you said on a draft preview show last night you were very skeptical about making a pick of a guy like Porzingis this early in the draft?
Him in particular. And here's why. The New York Knicks fans have suffered long enough. Okay, they haven't won a championship since the early 70s. All of the terms I'm hearing about this young man is 2 or 3 years. Rim protector in a couple of years, possibly. A project, real thin. I just felt like they deserved a turnkey type player, and Justice Winslow would have gave him that to play with Carmelo Anthony.
It's going to be interesting to see what Phil Jackson does in free agency. You know, even if you get a guy like a Greg Monroe, he's a great fit player, but you know, you're not going to turn around this franchise in one day. You have to build for the future, and I would agree with Jill, and I think Porzingis has great upside, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do all that dancing with the basketball when he has somebody on him who's pushing him off the block. He has the skill set of Dirk, the high side. I don't know if he's going to get there, though.
I think the problem is the physical challenge he's going to have to take on in the NBA. I mean, he's really thin. I mean, you know, you can joke, say, he said he was hungry. He better be, because he needs to put weight on in a hurry. I mean, his legs are toothpicks. He needs to put a lot of weight on and get stronger. So the physical challenge is the only question I have with him. He's a light rebounder. He's not going to be able to guard in the post right now. So he can take a big guy and stretch the floor and take him out on the floor. The question is, on the other end of the floor, what's going to happen when a big guy takes him into the post? Will he be able to hang? In time, he can be really, because he may be the best shooter of any size in this draft. He can really shoot it.
And there's a reason why we didn't have any comparison
move him
videos.
off the block?
Everybody looks tall next to Franny.
And there's
but it's the skinny thing. It's not the tall. We already know that.
There's a reason why we didn't have comp video for him, because for me, he was a combination of Dirk and Darko. Stay tuned.
So no lean from what you've seen? I mean,
no, not an inch.
I
wish
would
the
have
young man luck.
Well, the Knicks haven't had a lot of success with their lottery picks. Since 1985, Patrick Ewing, #1 overall. He was an all-star and one of the greatest players ever. But since then, Kenny Walker, Nene, Mike Sweetney, Channing Frye, Danilo Gallinari, Jordan Hill, all lottery picks. None of them all-stars. Now, David Lee picked in the first round, not a lottery pick. But the Knicks haven't done well in the lottery. But as you heard Franny say, this is an opportunity to try to hit the grand slam and perhaps find a guy who can produce at least somewhere like a Dirk Nowitzki if you're going to stick with the European comparison.
In Phil's defense, all their power forwards and their centers are unrestricted free agents. And none of them actually, I think, are these star kind of players that Porzingis has a chance to be. But, yeah, I would go a different direction. I don't know how fans are going to feel about Phil Jackson making this his first big decision as a New York Knicks management.
Okay, so the Knicks take Porzingis there and the Magic on the clock. We're about to get that pick. What do you expect the Magic to do?
A lot of people at home probably think they're going to take Justice Winslow. I think they're going to take Mario Hezonja, 6'8", 220. I think he has the ability physically as well as the knockdown shot from three-point range.
Especially with Tobias Harris being a restricted free agent.
Absolutely.
You don't know if you can keep him.
Best available player is Moutier, even though he's a point guard and they've got Elfrid Payton, but Moutier's the best available.
Hezonja.
Would he be enough, Moutier, to move Elfrid Payton out? Do you view him as a higher ceiling type of prospect?
Well, yeah, he's a different kind of player because I think he's a better scorer. You know, Moutier's been criticized that the one criticism of him is he's not a great shooter, but his shot is not broken. I think he's going to be able to shoot it in time.
Payton, Oladipo, not knockdown shooters. Hezonja is a knockdown shooter. They need that.
All right, so Adam Silver now has the pick of the Orlando Magic, 5th overall. Let's see what Orlando chooses to do with its selection right now as Commissioner Silver starts to make his way to the podium.
With the 5th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Mario Hezonja from Dubrovnik, Croatia. He last played for FC Barcelona in Spain.
So unlike the Knicks fans, of course there are more of them, a couple of Magic fans happy with Hezonja going to Orlando. Brand Priscilla, what kind of player is Orlando getting?
Orlando Magic need a shooter, and they've added one in Mario Hezonja. In my opinion, the best shooter in this draft. Now, I compare him a little bit to J.R. Smith in that he's the only guy in this draft that could potentially win an NBA dunk contest and also an NBA three-point shooting contest. He's played in the second-best league in the world. He played on a very deep team. His numbers were up and down because the team realized he was leaving for the NBA. Orlando is a perfect landing spot because their backcourt is not a good shooting backcourt, and I think he fits right in. One of the more talented guys in this draft, only 20 years old.
All right, Fran, and you look at Orlando's lineup and some of the key reserves. The Sacramento Kings are on the clock, by the way. But let's talk about Hezonja and the Magic and coming over from Croatia, playing in Spain. He's got a little chip on his shoulder. He plays with some attitude and flair and swagger. How will that go over initially?
I think him and Scott Skiles are going to actually really like each other because Mario actually has the same kind of swag that Scott Skiles has as a head coach. And when you look at the overall process of what this team has gone through, like Jalen alluded to, Victor Oladipo wants to slash, Alfred Payton wants to slash. You need somebody to help the spacing of that floor. You get a guy like Hezonja, now you get Tobias Harris back in free agency. Orlando's on their way.
Extreme confidence, toughness, can handle the basketball, shoot the three, and finish at the hoop, and compete at his position. Reminds me of Chandler Parsons. Have you ever seen Chandler Parsons dress, by the way? You got to have confidence to wear when he wears a lot of times. But in all honesty, it's going to be a great fit down in Orlando. As you guys mentioned, their backcourt and their team is not a knockdown shooting team. They also added Aaron Gordon a year or so ago. That's not a shooter. He's going to fit right in. Good pick by the Magic.
And the toughness is what really sticks out. You watch him on tape, that's a tough dude. He can guard, he's athletic, and he is absolutely unafraid. And for a guy that can shoot it, put it on the deck, he plays both ends of the floor. You have to like what you see. I haven't seen him in person, but watching on tape, there's nothing not to like about Mario Hezonja.
Jay Billis type toughness.
Hey, by the way, Rob Hennigan's a really good GM. Matt Lloyd, the assistant GM, he came over from the Bulls. He's an analytical guy. He's great at picking talent. He got Taj Gibson for the Bulls. He got Jimmy Butler. I mean, he's made some of these picks before in the past for Orlando. He has a great eye on talent.
He was also stubborn. There was some talk that because Detroit really coveted Hezonja and perhaps because of his agent Arntelem, he was headed in that direction. He wasn't being cooperative other places. Magic stuck to their guns and said early that they liked him. Many believed that he would be the pick, and he indeed was. As Mario Hezonja is going to Orlando. The Kings have the 6th overall pick in the draft. They're on the clock. Their pick when you come back.
The 2015 NBA Draft is presented by the State Farm National Bureau of Assists. No one assists alone. And in part by Sprint. JBL Audio, official sound of the NBA. And the experts at Benjamin Moore, paint like no other. To find an authorized retailer near you, go to benjaminmoore.com.
Back to the 2015 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings have made their selection 6th overall in the first round. Here's the commissioner.
With the 6th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Sacramento Kings select Willie Cauley-Stein from the University of Kentucky.
The SEC Defensive Player of the Year and first-team All-American, largely because of his ability to defend anyone, anywhere on the floor, as Calipari celebrates his 2nd lottery pick of the night. What about this selection, Jay? What does Willie Cauley-Stein bring?
Well, he's taken Reese to be an elite defender. He is an absolute freak athlete at 7 feet. He can run the floor with tremendous speed in a straight line. He is hard to keep up with. He's got a 7'3" wingspan, so he can get steals. He can block shots, protect the rim. He's not a big-time rebounder, but he does rebound. But he's 6.5 rebounds per 40 minutes. That's not big time. But he does stick his nose in there and rebound. He's not an offensive player. He's taken primarily as a defender. And where his value is really going to be is you put him in a pick-and-roll situation, and he can switch off on just about anybody. There are very few guys that he cannot stay in front of and stay with. And we always talk about guys, well, he can guard multiple positions. Willie Cauley-Stein literally can guard every position on the floor at a given time. Now, you're not going to put him on a point guard, have him guard the point guard for 48 minutes. But he switches out on him, forget it. In transition, he is an elite finisher. So you throw that ball up there, he's going to sprint and go get it. He can guard all 94 feet. You can see at the end of the Notre Dame game, for him to stay right with Jaron Grant for 94 feet and affect the end of that play and really help win the game for Kentucky. That's a big-time play that doesn't show up in the stat sheet. Lob it up, he goes to get it, played wide receiver in high school. He's one of the most interesting prospects I can remember, but he's a defender.
For big guys, the line in the sand is either you play with skill or you play with will. That's what Tyson Chandler does. He's not going to post up and give you offense. He's not going to create for teammates. He's not going to shoot the basketball. He's going to give you maximum energy, and that's where the game is gone. Dwight Howard, Andre Drummond, DeAndre Jordan. These are effort players, and that is why I compare him to Tyson Chandler.
He grew up in Spearville, Kansas, eventually moved and lived with NFL and College Football Hall of Famer Will Shields, and he has this opportunity tonight. Willie's with Shannon's face.
That's right. What a journey for Willie Cauley-Stein. You know, when you were playing at Kentucky, your primary focus was defense. How do you see your game developing at the next level?
I mean, just all around. You know, I'm talented enough to do a lot of different things, so you know, when I get to Sacramento, I'm going to, you know, just work my butt off and try to become a complete player and then, you know, hopefully help bring a championship to the city.
They love to hear that. Despite your performance last season, a great performance, there have been some questions about that foot that you broke in 2014. What should people know about that?
Nothing's wrong with it. Just healing. You know, I think the process of them, you know, looking at it, going over, it's 95% healed. So, I mean, you see what I've done the past year. You see what I've been doing. So it's fine. It's really fine.
Yeah, we absolutely all saw what you did last season. Thanks a lot, Reese.
All right, Shannon, that's how Willie answered the supposed medical red flags on that foot. He said, did you see my chin up there by the rim? Now, DeMarcus Cousins of the Kings has been the subject of some trade speculation. George Karl, the Kings coach who took over for the last 30 games of the season, had expressed a desire to move Cousins. Now they draft Willie Cauley-Stein. Chris Broussard is with us now. Chris, what do you have on the apparent disconnect between the coaching staff and the front office over Cousins' future in Sacramento?
Well, as you said it, George Karl has voiced the fact that he wants to trade DeMarcus Cousins. The owner, Vivek Ranadive, and the president, Vlade Divac, don't want to trade him, and they won't allow Karl to do it. Now, even though they don't want to trade Cousins and they won't allow it right now, they have been out there, if you want to call it due diligence, they've been out there seeing what the market would bear for Cousins, what type of offers they can get. If they got an offer that blew them away, maybe they would change their mind. But right now, ownership is refusing to allow Karl to trade DeMarcus Cousins.
All right, Chris, and the Denver Nuggets are on the clock right now, and as we wait on their pick, let's go back to the Kings for a second. The Kings told Andy Katz that their plan is, right now, they're going to play Willie Cauley-Stein with DeMarcus Cousins. How do you see that working?
Well, DeMarcus Cousins was the one that tweeted out the picture of the snake. When the grass is cut, the snakes come out. I mean, I honestly think the friction between DeMarcus Cousins and George Karl, I don't think it's going to work. And DeMarcus Cousins has made statements that he doesn't want to be in Sacramento anymore. I'm absolutely shocked that Sacramento left Justice Winslow or a guy like Emmanuel Mudiay on the board. And no offense to Willie Cauley-Stein, I think he's talented defensively, but I don't know if Willie Cauley-Stein is a sixth pick in the draft. And I think it's been seen that Sacramento is a little bit of a disarray with their upper management and the communication between their management and their coaching staff.
Well, the Kings need defense. They were 27th in defensive efficiency. But more importantly, they've been dysfunctional. 9 coaches in the past decade.
Exactly.
Okay, when you watch this last year's playoffs, Tyreek Evans, Isaiah Thomas, they're former Kings, now playing in productive situations. And now you mentioned the George Karl part of this. Who didn't see that coming? George Karl, a tough-nosed coach. He understands the league. He has an opportunity to go in the Hall of Fame. He's not taking anything. So I just want to see how that's going to play off. And he only has, and I'm being sarcastic, 3 years left on his contract. By the way, so does Boogie! So I'm glad he got a running mate from Kentucky.
I think Willie Cauley-Stein is going to have to be an NBA all-defensive player to be worth this kind of pick because he doesn't score. So you're going to have to really set yourself apart as a defensive player and impact the game without scoring as a sixth pick, I think, in order to justify this. Because I don't think you're going to see him blossom into an offensive player. I just don't think that's who he is. Who he is a defender. And I've heard some comparisons on Dennis Rodman, things like that. I don't buy that, frankly, because he doesn't rebound. Dennis Rodman averaged 20 rebounds a game in college. And Willie Cauley-Stein averaged 6.5 over 40 minutes. That's not the same. That's not close.
The question will be, will he be able to do that? And in today's NBA, which values some freedom of movement, can a defensive player have that type of impact? The Denver Nuggets have the 7th overall pick. Commissioner Adam Silver about to step to the podium and reveal who Denver is selecting.
Get it together, Nuggets.
Out there.
With the 7th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Emmanuel Mudiay from Dallas, Texas. He last played for Guangdong in China.
So Emmanuel Mudiay, a highly touted high school recruit from the Dallas area, at one time was slated to go to SMU. Larry Brown told us this year when College Game Day was in Dallas at SMU that he believed that his team, a top 25 team for most of the year, would have been #1 in the country and a national championship contender had Mudiay chosen to go to SMU rather than go to China and play for the Guangdong Southern Tigers, where, by the way, he had a teammate there, another former lottery pick, Yi Jinlin. He won guys over, as Fran Fraschilla has told us leading up, and Emmanuel Mudiay takes the next step on his journey. He is a member of the Denver Nuggets. And let's take a look at the Speed 6-year journey to the draft, and it has been quite a journey for Emmanuel Mudiay. He was born Democratic Republic of Congo, formerly Zaire, a war-torn country. His mother got out and later sent for her son. Mudiay moved to the Dallas area when he was 5 years old, attended a couple of high schools there, committed to SMU, but instead took an offer of more than $1 million to go to China. He was hurt for much of the season, but somewhat effective during the time that he was in China. But people didn't get to see him as much as they had hoped playing professionally in China because of those injuries. So Emmanuel Mudiay now going to the Nuggets. Fran, what does Denver have in this strong guard?
Well, they got a big, strong point guard who can get to the rim. Now, the experiment going to China probably now looks like it had mixed results because he was the top high school point guard a year ago. But what you're going to love about him in Denver is ready-made physically to step into the league. And keep in mind, now it's a jump shot that is evolving. I watched him 2 weeks ago. He shot it pretty well. But when you look at all the young point guards that have come into this league in the last decade, most of them make the adjustment quickly. Mike Malone has a good, solid, tough, big guard with which to build around. And remember this, don't discount the maturity factor of leaving Dallas, going halfway around the world and growing up. There are no Whataburgers in Guangdong. This kid has to fend for himself, and I think it will serve him well in Denver.
Emmanuel Mudiay, picked by the Nuggets with Shannon Spade.
I don't think there are any Whataburgers in China either. You know, we just talked about your journey, which started in the Congo and now ends in Denver. During that whole process, how were you able to keep this goal in front of you?
It was definitely tough, but, I just kept my faith strong, kept, telling God this is where you want me. So I just tried to go as hard as I could and just kept thanking God for the opportunity to even be in that position.
Playing over in China, you were injured. A lot of scouts weren't able to see you. What did you feel like you needed to prove during this pre-draft process?
Just be myself. Just show them what I'm about, show them my competitive spirit. That's all I could really do. So, they couldn't see me play as much as they wish they could have watched me play, but I feel like they've seen enough, though.
Well, we will see you play now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Over to you, Heather.
Thank you so much, Shannon. We have heard so much about your journey, Stefan. At the age of 12, you became the man of the house when your mom moved to the United States to try to get asylum for your family. How did you and your brothers keep the NBA hope alive during that incredible journey?
Well, Emmanuel always dreamed of being in the NBA, and my job was to just watch after them, even my other brother, John Michael, and I think we did a pretty good job, and my mom definitely raised us right, and I'm very happy for him to be here right now.
You did an incredible job. Now, Emmanuel told me that you're his hero, that you and your brother are the ones that he always emulated, that you're his favorite player of all time. Given all of that, how would you describe your pride right now?
I mean, I can't really describe what I'm feeling right now. It's just a really humbling experience for him, and he worked extremely hard to get to where he's at right now, and it's just a blessing, and I thank God for that.
Enjoy the moment. Thank you for your time. Reese?
All right, Heather, Emmanuel Mudiay joined Brandon Jennings as the only 2 high school players to go to China, directly to China, and then come back and play in the NBA. Jeff Goodman is with us now. So, Jeff, what might the Nuggets be up to in order to facilitate Mudiay's move into the lineup?
Yeah, Denver drafting Mudiay likely means that the Ty Lawson era is over with the Nuggets. Denver will explore a trade with Lawson, see what the market bears. One potential destination, Sacramento. Remember, he played for George Karl. I talked to Karl last year. He really loves Ty Lawson. Back to you, Reese.
All right, Jeff. So, Jalen, what do you think? Do you like the pick right now of Mudiay going to Denver?
I do. I talk a lot about fit. The Denver Nuggets want to run. They play in altitude. They take advantage of that. Got drafted by that team. He's a terrific athlete. He changes the ends of the floor well. He's not a knockdown shooter. They do need three-point shooting, but this is a great fit for Mudiay. Sometimes it's better to fall to the right fit.
So the 8th overall pick is up. It's the Detroit Pistons. They have a little less than a minute left on their allotted 5 minutes in the draft. They've had 7 straight losing seasons after 7 straight 50-win seasons. We assume they're going for a wing. Adam Silver with the Pistons pick.
With the 8th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Stanley Johnson from the University of Arizona.
Stanley Johnson, a strong, athletic wing player. His mom played professionally in Italy. She really developed him as a young player, formed his AAU team that he played on as a kid. He said after his year at Arizona that he feels like a lot of people still believe that he's stiff, but he said, trust me, I've got some moves. We saw him do a lot of really good things for Sean Miller at Arizona this year.
Well, the Stanimal, he has got the body for the NBA. He's got a body for the NFL. He's built like a linebacker, and in transition, nobody's going to get in his way. He may not be a superior athlete, but he is very athletic, and with that size, he's very difficult to contain when he gets up ahead of steam. He's a good defender. He's got a 6'11" wingspan, and he can get to the foul line. Not incredibly quick, but he can bull his way to the basket. The one question mark you have about him is he's not an elite finisher once he gets into the lane, but he's a winner. I mean, went to modern-day high school in Southern California, Orange County, won 4 CIF state titles, and nobody's ever done that in the state of California before. So he's a winner. He's won USA basketball. He is very good in transition. He gets into the open court, and it is really difficult to stay in front of him. Was the MVP of the Maui Invitational, had a terrific freshman year. He's a good defender that I think when his motor revs can be a great defender. Rondé Hollis-Jefferson, his teammate, they formed an excellent tandem. The one thing, he's not a shooter. He's really got to improve that. He has worked really hard at it, but he is not a natural as a shooter.
If you're going to play for Stan Van Gundy, you must bring one thing to practice and games, effort. And that's what Caron Butler brought in his NBA career. Legitimate 6'7", the power to play against threes, undersized fours, yet defend ones and twos. This is a really good pick for the Pistons. You put him on the wing alongside Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. They're going to give the other team havoc playing defense.
And Tayshaun Prince is unrestricted free agent, so he's probably out the door to get younger at that position.
You also have the whole Greg Monroe situation for the Pistons as well. Stanley Johnson with Shannon Spate.
Well, I'll tell you, Reese, Stanley Johnson, he walked off that stage just grinning from ear to ear. Congratulations. You told us yesterday that your goal is to be Rookie of the Year. Why do you believe that can happen?
I mean, I just think I'm the best player in the draft. You know, I think I say that with confidence because, you know, my work comes behind that. And, you know, the opportunity Detroit's giving me right now to be in a situation like that with players that I know and be there, I think it's a grand opportunity for me to be great and our team to be great next year.
You know, you're making a lot of fans in Detroit very happy right now.
Yeah, as I say when I landed on my workout, Detroit first everybody. So we're ready to go.
There you go. Reese, you saw the moment with his mom. Very special day for this family.
You heard him, Reese.
Detroit versus everybody.
Detroit basketball.
A close second behind Flint. But that aside, what do you like about this pick, Stanley Johnson going to Detroit?
His versatility. He's a dog defensively. He'll get after everybody. I actually got a chance to do an interview with him, and he said, I can guard positions 1 through 4. And I actually think that's what you get with a guy like Stanley Johnson, because he has the size and the strength to do so. And you have to give Detroit some credit. I mean, they didn't have a first-round pick last year, but the last 2 years before that, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope and Andre Drummond. Guys are starters.
All right, so Heather Cox is standing by now with Stanley Johnson's mother, Karen Taylor. Heather?
Reese, thank you so much. Karen, not only an amazing mother, but a spectacular coach all along the way. Share with us how you got your son's game ready for this next step.
Well, since he was a young kid, 5 years old, I wanted him to take up the slack in the game for things I didn't do. So I prepared him by making sure he was ambidextrous, he had to use both of his hands, and I made sure that mentally he understood the game, you know, on the court and off the court, to make sure you know everything from learn the 5 position, the 4, the 3, the 2, and the 1, to make sure you can do everything that the team needed when they got there. And this has been the dream, to make it to the NBA. I'm so excited. I'm so grateful. Oh, my God.
And that dream,
wonderful.
That dream is now a reality, and we all know you know your game. Hall of Fame basketball player. I heard that they had some epic one-on-one battles, Reese.
Heather has certainly paid off as Stanley Johnson, the 8th pick, going to Detroit. The Charlotte Hornets are now on the clock. They are in desperate need of shooting. There are guys out there continuing to drive to be great.
You have a drive to be great? Determination, relentless, willpower. The 2015 NBA Draft.
You're watching the 2015 NBA Draft, presented by State Farm.
Back at the Barclays Center here in Brooklyn, we are on the 9th pick of the 2015 NBA Draft. The Charlotte Hornets are on the clock. Here is what the Hornets went through in a 33-49 season. Michael Kidd-Gilchrist only averaged about 11 points per game, but without him in the lineup, the Hornets were just 7 and 21. They didn't get much done inside either. Second fewest points in the paint of any team in the NBA, and they've missed the playoffs in 9 of the 11 seasons since returning to Charlotte. They've already been active, made a move picking up Nicholas Batum from Portland. They sent Noah Vonleh, whom they drafted last year with the 9th overall pick, to Portland in exchange. So now the Hornets have made the pick. Commissioner Adam Silver has that pick. They've had a predisposition to choose big college stars from big programs. Let's see what they did.
With the 9th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Charlotte Hornets select Frank Kaminsky from the University of Wisconsin.
Come on. Frank Kaminsky III, hugging Frank Kaminsky II, and family and friends who have joined him here. And what a remarkable ascension Frank Kaminsky's had from a lightly recruited. You have a look at Sam Decker, his teammate at Wisconsin, a lightly recruited big man from the greater Chicago area. First year at Wisconsin, by the way, he was second choice to go to Wisconsin. Then we recruited him after they didn't get another big that they were after. Averaged less than 2 points per game his first year. And this year, the Wooden Award winner, and led his team to the national championship game.
An interesting pick for Charlotte. They needed shooting, and Frank Kaminsky at 7 foot tall can really stretch the floor and knock down perimeter shots. He can shoot out to NBA three-point range. He is very versatile. Not only can he shoot it, he can shot fake and drive. He can go down into the post where he's got excellent footwork. Not an elite athlete at the 4 spot. His challenge will be at the defensive end, but offensively, he's got game. You know, hardly averaged anything his first 2 years at Wisconsin. He was a late bloomer, but he bloomed. The last 2 years, he has bloomed in a big way. But he takes his time, doesn't rush, and he's very difficult to guard. And I think that footwork and his ability to play away from the basket, you know, he can spin, he can get to his left hand, get to his right. He can play pick and pop basketball, or he can roll to the basket. You know, he's not a big-time rebounder, but he does stick his nose in there and rebound. He'll block a couple of shots. I like Frank Kaminsky. I thought they were going to go with a perimeter shooter here at guard.
The attributes of Ryan Anderson. As you mentioned, Jay, he's a shooter. Not going to be much of a defender or a rebounder. But as long as you can knock it down the way they can, he can have a job in this league. And I know one thing, Charlotte loves Big Ten players to play the 4. They've taken three straight players to play the same position in the draft.
Well, they're hoping that this guy will be the one that sticks for them. As Jay and I both alluded to, it's a remarkable thing. Early in his junior year, he had a 43-point game against North Dakota State, and he pretty much, the trajectory was straight up from there. Took his team first to the Elite Eight as a junior, then to the national championship game as a senior, as he celebrates with his buddy Sam Decker. And Frank the Tank was Shannon's favorite.
That's right, Reese. He said his phone is going off, vibrating in his pocket right now. You know, we heard you say before the draft started how nervous you were. You've had a lot of time to think about this moment, the old guy of the draft. How do you think staying in school has made you appreciate the process?
It really prepared me. You know, having to go through some tough times in college really made me better for this. You know, I had a great last year in college, and it really propelled me into the NBA draft. And going top 10, you know, that's something I never thought I'd be doing. So I'm just very grateful for the opportunity. I got to give thanks to God and my family and everyone who's been along with me on this journey.
And talk about full circle right now. When you were younger, your aunt and uncle used to work for the Bulls. You used to tell everyone that Michael Jordan was your best friend, and now you're playing for him. When's the last time you talked to him?
I haven't talked to him. I used to just sit there and watch their practices, but I can't wait to have my first conversation with him.
Congratulations. Heather?
Shannon, thanks so much. Joined by Frank's father, Frank, and what a moment. You know, you were a player. You worked so hard, made such an amazing investment in developing your son's game. What's it like to see all that hard work pay off tonight?
We're just blessed. It's a thrill for my family and all our friends up in the stands. We're just honored and blessed tonight.
And amazing to believe that you and your wife, Mary, actually went to every single home and away game for Wisconsin this year. Some pretty special games, including the Final Four. So how would you say that tonight compares?
Oh, tonight, it's special. You know, we were through some thrilling games over the course of the last couple of years with the Badgers, but this is the end of a dream here for Frank. So we're happy for him.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Respect to you.
All right, Heather, look at the inside of the jacket. A couple of tanks. And in some ways, I guess you could say that Kaminsky's game is certainly old school. It's near the ground, and it's precise. Fran Fraschilla was talking, there was so much about Bo Ryan and the swing offense. They didn't really necessarily do that for Kaminsky. They found ways to get him shots this year, and he was able to produce in great numbers for the bench.
He's elusive. He has the versatility to put the ball down the ground, and you can see him and Kemba Walker utilizing, pick and roll opportunities. Interesting, though, here for Charlotte here, because they obviously let Lance Stevenson go to the Clippers. They trade Gerald Henderson and Noah Vonleh. They get them out there to go to Portland. You have Nicholas Batum. It's fascinating to watch. They do need three-point shooting. They're dead last in that category. Still think they need some help with the guard position.
And also, they just picked up Spencer Hall,
exactly,
who does the exact same thing. You're the same type of player. You should have made up for the wrong in getting Lance Stevenson by taking Justice Winslow.
Justice Winslow, presumed to be the best player on the board at the moment. The Miami Heat about to make their pick. It's 10th overall. Adam Silver has the pick. It is in now.
They'll take him.
With the 10th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Miami Heat select Justice Winslow from Duke University.
Justice Winslow averaged about 12.5 a game for Duke, but up that productivity when he helped lead the Blue Devils to a national championship. His dad, Ricky, was a first-round pick, 28 picked by the Bulls in the 87 NBA draft. Played a long time overseas. Justice Winslow, who has a lot of different aspects to his game. At times you'd see him grab a rebound off the board and he'd take off on the break, and in some ways reminded me of Charles Barkley, the way he'd get out and push the ball up the floor himself.
Well, that's one of his great strengths when he grabs a rebound, that he can bust out and take it himself, and he's really difficult to stop in transition. But a left-handed player, He's got a 6'10" wingspan, so he plays bigger than his height. And he's a guy that can, we talked about getting out in transition, but he can put it on the deck and drive it. He is much more efficient driving to his left, to that left hand, than to his right. But in the open floor, he is absolutely magnificent. Can get all the way to the 10, an excellent finisher. He can get fouled and finish through contact. But he's also very good in transition as a defensive player as well. He's an excellent defender off pick and rolls. His opponents score only 21% of the time when he is guarding a pick and roll, but he can block shots in transition. He's got amazing timing to go up and block a shot in a fast break, almost LeBron-like in his ability to do that. Not nearly as good, but that same kind of timing and ability. Good in catch-and-shoot situations. He's got to improve his range and move it out to three-point.
Bulky shoulders reminds me of Ron Artest. The ability to guard multiple positions, still put it on the floor, finish at the hoop, and has toughness to compete against any player at any time. These are the kind of picks. This reminds me of the Dwayne Wade, LeBron James draft. Seeing this guy get picked now reminds me of when Dwayne Wade got drafted behind Darko Milicic. He's going to be better than a few players that went in front of him. This is why Pat Riley continues to win.
Mickey Harrison's just looking his chops right here on this kid, especially with the whole situation with D. Wade. If you can't come to common ground, Luol Deng, you know, he's a restricted free agent. If he opts out, this kid steps in automatically and gives you points in production.
And he loved the big moment, as evidenced by the improvement in his numbers during the NCAA tournament during Duke's run to the title. Justice Winslow with Shannon Spink.
Reese, you're exactly right. He has been a part of some really big moments, but I'll tell you right now, you are just overcome with emotions right now. What has this night been like for you? Walk me through it.
It's been great, you know, just watching everybody get picked. Just know that that's just players, we're all living our dream, and it's just special, you know, sitting next to Ja, him getting picked, seeing his family, and then, you know, a couple picks later, you know, I'm getting picked and, you know, living the dream right now.
You are going to Miami, for my friend, and you're going to go down there and you're going to play with Dwayne Wade. What can fans expect to see out of both of you on the court?
Just two guys that are going to work hard. I just know myself. You know, I'm going to play with Dwayne Wade and get to learn from one of the greatest. And so I'm going to try to learn everything I can and just try to, you know, win games and put that, you know, organization in a winning direction.
Sounds pretty good to say that, huh?
Yeah, it sounds great.
All right, Reese, back to you. Congratulations.
All right, Shannon, the Indiana Pacers are on the clock with the 11th overall pick. So Justice Winslow is on his way to the Heat. Tom Penn joins us now. So how will Winslow fit in there, Tom?
Yeah, look at the bigger picture of the Heat. This is a big summer. The next 10 days, free agency begins. We'll put him on the bench for now. Look at what they have on the floor. Start with what's solid. Chris Bosh got that maximum 5-year contract. He's there at that number, $22 million. How about Whiteside? He came out of nowhere, the center of the future, for less than $1 million. Then it gets murky. You come around to Luol Deng, likely to be a free agent. He won't exercise that option. They just traded for Dragic. He's an unrestricted free agent and expected to get big money. So there you go. Come to Mr. Heat, Dwayne Wade. A player option, he's opting out, and he's flirting with other teams. And here's the question, is it payback time? Because he gave up a bunch of money to get the big three together, and it worked. Then he gave up 2 years and $42 million last year, and that cost him another $11 million. So that's $26 million from this guy that he's given up for the good of the team. Will they bring him back, and will he be here to mentor this guy if he comes in as a replacement for Luol Deng? So interesting 10 days coming for Pat Riley and the Miami Heat.
They're going to have to decide whether to pay that man his money. Indiana Pacers on the clock. We'll have their pick when you come back to the NBA.
Town.
With the first pick, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Karl Anthony Towns. The Los Angeles Lakers select D'Angelo Russell. The Philadelphia 76ers select Jahlil Okafor. The New York Knicks select Kristaps Porzingis.
Oh, who knows? Maybe one day that little guy will have a Chris Porzingis jersey. Might win him over at some point. The Pacers have the 11th pick. It is now in. Commissioner Adam Silver will deliver it now.
Quickness.
With the 11th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Miles Turner from the University of Texas.
Miles Turner, Big 12 Freshman of the Year. Are you surprised, Jay Will, that he goes this high?
I am. I thought Indiana was going to select a guard, a guy like Cameron Payne, to play alongside a guy like George Hill. They want to play faster, but he also gives them depth at that front court position as well.
What do you think about Turner right now? And Roy Hibbert is not what he was at one point. What do you think Miles Turner's upside is?
Well, I question his agility a little bit. You talk about his gait, the way he runs, but he does have the ability to block shots. He gives you the speed at the front court position. David West opted out of his contract. He's going to look for bigger money, so he provides security for you at that position.
He's the first freshman in Division I history, 6'10" or taller, to make 17 threes and have 89 blocks.
He was effective. He can do different things. He answered honestly. Times asked him why he didn't start all the time. He said, I wasn't good enough at the time. So he knows that he has to improve, Jay, and the Pacers are banking he's going to be able to do that.
Well, he's got length and skill. He's got a 7'4" wingspan at 6'11". When he's down in the low post, he's got a very nice shooting touch. Jalen mentioned that he can go out the three-point range. He only hit about 27% of those, but he's got a really good stroke. And he does a good job when he gets the ball into the low post. He's got a turnaround jumper over that right shoulder that is really effective, and he's an excellent shot blocker. 2.6 blocks per game. He led the Big 12 in shot blocks and third in the nation among freshmen blocking shots. He doesn't run very well. His running style is really kind of funny. He's been working on it, and running in a straight line in transition is not his thing. And he's had his best games against the worst teams that Texas played. Against the better teams didn't fare as well.
His height, as we mentioned, his ability to shoot the basketball from three and post reminds me of Chris Bosh. Bosh is a lot more fluid, as you guys mentioned, running. He's a lumberer up and down the floor, but that team and that fan base has watched Roy Hibbert run up and down the floor.
But Jay, if he gets to Chris Bosh level, then Miles Turner will be an exception. I don't know if I see him like that. I don't know if he possesses the ability to shoot the ball as well as Chris Bosh.
So here's what the Pacers, who had a 38-44 record this season, here's where Miles Turner fits on their roster. He is standing by with Shannon Spade.
Deep breath for Miles Turner as he walked off that stage and down here to our camera. What do you think that you showed this team during your pre-draft workouts?
Man, just my ability just to go out there and outwork people, man. I mean, I'm a competitor. I work hard. I mean, it's just what I do. I think I came out there and put that on full display.
Congratulations.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Reese?
All right, Shannon, Miles, thank you. There is the newest Indiana Pacer. The former Longhorn, as Indiana made the 11th pick. 3 more picks remaining in the draft lottery. The Utah Jazz on the clock with 12th overall. We'll see what Utah does. Jazz have less than a minute to make their pick. Utah is tied with the 76ers, the youngest team in the league, a little over 24 years of age per person. Dante Exum is their starting guard. Gordon Hayward has developed into a terrific player for them, averaged more than 19 points per game. Derek Favors came into his own, 16 points, 8 rebounds in the past season, a block and a half, but Utah missed the playoffs for the 3rd straight year and had just its 4th losing season in the last 32 years. So the Jazz trying to get back to that winning, consistent ways that they have for so many years. So what do you think Utah should do?
Shooting 19th in field goal percentage and three-point shooting. I go Devin Booker if I'm the Utah Jazz.
I would agree with you. I mean, that's the one thing they're lacking. You draft guards 3 years in a row. You get Dante Exum last year, then you get Trey Burke the year before. I think Devin Booker is a sleeper in this draft.
All right, Utah has made its selection now. 12th overall pick, one of the final 3 picks in the draft lottery. The commissioner, Adam Silver, will have the announcement. We will be headed to Salt Lake City.
With the 12th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Trey Lyles from Saskatoon, Canada, and the University of Kentucky.
Trey Lyles, Indiana Mr. Basketball in high school. Some believe that the platoon system sort of cost him as much as anybody in terms of stats at Kentucky this past year. Jay, will you expected or suggested Devin Booker instead they go with another Wildcat?
Hey, if you got him at small forward, I mean, they're stacked at the power forward position with Derek Favors, and then Trevor Booker is very strong. He comes in, does a good job. You talk about Gayden Hayward, Roddy Hood backs him up. But I like the versatility, but I still expected him to go with shooting. I thought Devin Booker was a better fit.
You always have to remember, too, we're assuming, and you have to because there's no reason to think otherwise, that these guys are going to wind up on the teams that they're selected by, and sometimes there are things in the works. It's not to say that Lyles wouldn't be a fine player at Utah, but they're expecting Booker. Instead, they take Trey Lyles.
Yeah, Trey Lyles has got a lot of potential. You know, he's 6'10", got a 7'1" wingspan. I think he's a 4. I don't project him as a 3. I think he's more of a 4. But he's ultra skilled. He's got a very soft touch, especially from the mid-range, so he can put the ball down on the floor. He can shoot a little runner, floater in the lane, good rebounder. Not a big-time athlete, but athletic. And he can operate in the post. He can play with his back to the basket. He can play facing up. Now, he needs to extend his range. He is not a three-point shooter and did not make a lot of threes last year at Kentucky. And you pointed out, Reese, you know, he didn't play a ton of minutes out of that platoon system, and he missed a few games, but he's got a lot of potential as a player.
My comp is Carlos Boozer. Can really get it done on the block. Can turn over both shoulders. Can make a 12-foot shot. Not the best defender, but again, when you can put the basketball in the hoop, people are going to feed you. The only thing is, him and the Stifle Tower, Gobert, is there going to be enough space on the baseline? I still think the Utah Jazz need shooting.
Trey Lyles, picked by the Jazz, and you had a comparison of the Kentucky player to a Duke player.
That's going to go over well.
5 of the first 12 players picked in the draft lottery so far come from Kentucky or Duke, with the Wildcats taking a 3-2 lead with the selection of Trey Lyles, who's with Shannon.
Well, thanks, Reese. Trey, we're talking about Kentucky. You know, in the system that you played in, you weren't able to really showcase all of your skills. So what do you think fans will be most surprised to see?
Just my playmaking ability offensively. You know, I didn't need to do a lot of it at school because we had it at other positions. But, you know, now I'm on another level and I'll be able to do more.
You know, Coach Calipari all season long, he called you the X factor. What should Jazz fans know about that?
Just that I'm the guy that can come and contribute, you know, right away, and a guy that does anything that he needs to do to help the team win.
All right, congratulations. Now we'll go over to Heather, who's standing by with Coach Calipari. Maybe he can tell us what the X factor means for Trey Lyles.
Absolutely, Shannon, thank you so much. And I feel like you're here so much because you have so many great players that are in the draft year after year. And you say that your season really ends tonight. So far, 3 of your 4 guys taken care of. Is this night playing out the way that you thought it would?
Well, now we got to get Book. We got to get him to Phoenix. You got Dakari, Andrew, Aaron. We got the other 3. We got to get them picked. But it's been a big day. It's been our season will officially end tonight with 7 of these guys.
It's so impressive year after year. And I did hear you say that this night and getting your players drafted is more important to you than winning a national championship. I'm finding it hard to believe.
I never said that.
All right, what's the
matter?
Okay.
And we want to win, but not at the expense of these kids.
Seriously.
I want them to benefit more than the program. That's how I want this to be. So when the season's over, you say, they got more out of this than we did, or I did, or the program did. But if anybody questions me and results, please say it publicly. Final Fours, wins, all the stuff we do. But it's not about that. It's about these kids.
I believe you. As a collegiate athlete, I would give anything for an NCAA championship, so I did find that hard to believe. Coach, thanks so much. Respect to you.
All right, Heather, John, there is Devin Booker giving a little clap in celebration when his buddy Trey Lyles is selected. You heard Calipari mention he's here with 7 guys. If all 7 wind up getting drafted, that would be a record for one school from a single draft. I think there's some questions about whether both Harrison twins or either Harrison twins will be drafted as we get into the second round, but we'll wait and see how that works out. Andy Katz joins us now, so we have 2 more picks left in the lottery. Andy, right now, what are you hearing?
Well, for those that are wondering why the Utah Jazz selected Trey Lyles, we heard from the desk how they needed a shooter like Devin Booker. The Jazz told me that they see Lyles as a mobile 4-man who they can turn into a stretch 4, and that's why they drafted him.
All right, Andy, so what do you think? Do you see that in Trey Lyles' future?
Yeah, he's got that ability, but he's going to have to improve his range. He did not shoot the 3 very well, but he shoots a good ball. He's big and strong. You know, Jalen mentioned it. He's not a great defender. He's not explosive as an athlete. And at the 4 position, you know, there are a lot of explosive foremen. Yeah. So that's going to be an issue. But Trey Lyles is a terrific prospect, but he's more of a skilled mid-range shooter. I've seen him as a 4 all along. I don't think he's a 3.
I think about the front line for Utah now between him, Derek Favors, and Rudy Gobert. I mean, I think he provides the versatility to guard the 4. I think he can guard 3s as well. And that only adds to the strength of their front line.
He shot 14% on 3s and 37% outside of the paint. So they got a lot of work to do if they're going to turn him into a stretch 4.
All right, so in the last half minute of Phoenix's time to select, they have the 13th overall pick. The Suns had a lot of close losses over the course of this season, 18 of them by 5 points or fewer, and they're tied for the most in the NBA. They traded Goran Dragic to the Heat in February. They traded Isaiah Thomas to the Celtics. They ended up missing the playoffs for the 5th straight season, yet still finished just 4 games under 500 under head coach Jeff Hornacek. And now Phoenix's time has hit 0, and they're about to make their pick. What do you think the Suns should do with this pick?
Combination wings, go Booker here. Knock down, streaky shooter if you're the Phoenix Suns.
Especially with that 2-guard lineup that Jeff Hornacek likes to play. You talk about him playing Eric Bledsoe and Brandon Knight together. That gives a release for them to knock down a 3-point shot.
Booker's the best player available. And if you're going to go with that theory of taking the best player available, you go with Booker.
So Trey Lyles from Kentucky was just selected. Devin Booker of Kentucky, they believe that is the best available player. Will Booker finally hear his name called? Some believe that he would go in the top 5 or 6. Adam Silver about to let us know what the Suns have decided to do.
With the 13th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Devin Booker from the University of Kentucky.
So Booker is headed to the Valley of the Sun, and now 4 Kentucky Wildcats have been picked in the lottery. That ties the record for most lottery selections from one school in a single draft. North Carolina also had 4 players that were lottery picks back in the 2005 draft. And Devin Booker, second best among major conference freshmen in three-point shooting, a little bit better than 41%.
Devin Booker can really shoot the ball, but he's more than that. Like, he's a terrific athlete that can put the ball in the deck. He didn't have to show that much in Kentucky. He was more of a catch-and-shoot wing shooter, but he's got a tight stroke. He's a way better athlete than people think. He had the best lane agility times at the NBA Combine. And Jalen mentioned it the other night. He really is a young Klay Thompson because he's strong, he can guard. You compare those two as freshmen, Booker's numbers are just a little bit better, and I think he's a better defender as a freshman than Thompson was. Now, Thompson obviously has turned into an all-star and a great NBA player, but I think Booker's got that in his future. Terrific range. That stroke, he's got a high release point, so he can catch and shoot, and he gets it off quickly, but he can also come off screens. He handles the ball well. I think he can deck it and get to the rim, and he can finish. His frame is big and strong. You know, his dad was Melvin Booker, played at Missouri. He's all Big 8, so he comes from really good bloodlines. Never changed his expression. It doesn't bother him to defend. I think he's a very good defensive player. I think he's got a complete game, and he's got more game than he's able to show at Kentucky. And that's probably true of a number of Kentucky players.
Ding, 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 ding. You guessed it. Klay Thompson. You're exactly right, Jay. Streaky shooter. Through January, he was shooting actually 51% from 3. February on 30%. So you're going to need the consistency. But again, a really good athlete can handle the basketball. He's going to fit right in the Valley of the Sun.
Devin Booker has his name called, and as I mentioned a moment ago, these Kentucky Wildcats, they didn't cut down the nets, win the national championship as they'd hoped, but they're winning the lottery so far, Jay Will, for sure.
They are, most definitely. And this team shot 21% from the three-point line, so he fills that void.
I love Coach Cal. He's the Teflon Don. And by the way, he's the first guy to own that I want to see these guys go to the NBA and be successful. And he's here in the draft room. Where the other coaches at? Is he the only coach here?
Some will be around. All right, Shannon Smith on Devin Booker now.
And it's going to be a big blue nation in Phoenix with Eric Bledsoe and Brandon Knight, of course, now Devin Booker. What do you think about that trio out there?
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Big Blue Nation everywhere. I wouldn't want it any other way.
You know, you told me shooters never stop shooting earlier this season. We know you can shoot. We know what you can do from the perimeter. What else can you do? What else are you willing to show us in the game?
I feel like in Kentucky, you know, we had a really talented team, and, you know, I fit in really well with the team. I found my niche. So on the next level, I know I'm going to have to create more for myself, and, you know, I think I'm already surprising people a little bit at athleticism, so I guess we'll just stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Congratulations, Evan. Reese?
All right, Shannon. Devin Booker spent some time with his dad when he played in Italy, so he's grown up around the game at the professional level, and he is becoming a pro himself tonight on what has been a big night for Big Blue. 4 players selected in the lottery. Oklahoma City's on the clock. Back in the 2015 NBA Draft, brought to you by State Farm. The final lottery pick is coming up in a matter of moments. The Oklahoma City Thunder with new head coach Billy Donovan, longtime Florida coach who had wild success, including a couple of national championships and 4 Final Fours while leading the Gators. While we wait on the Oklahoma City pick, Jay, how do you think Billy Donovan will make the transition from college basketball to the NBA?
Well, I think he was an NBA-style coach when he was in college. Very offensively gifted in the way he sees the game. And it's not about him. You know, he's a player's first guy. He's not a guy that rants and raves in practice or rants and raves on the sidelines. I think a lot of us thought this was going to happen at some point for Billy Donovan because of his personality. I think he'll be terrific in the NBA. Look, a whole bunch of guys have shown that you don't have to be an NBA coach to have success in the NBA. College guys can do it. That was a myth years ago. It was just about the job you get.
And how about Fred Hoiberg and Billy Donovan? Turnkey situations. Chance to win a championship his first year. Both coaches.
Have you seen
We'll hear from Fred Hoiberg's team, the Bulls, coming up in a little bit. But right now, the final pick of the lottery this year and the first pick of the Billy Donovan era for Oklahoma City. The Thunder pick is in. Adam Silver.
With the 14th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Cameron Payne from Murray State University.
Cameron Payne is the highest drafted player in Racer history. He averaged better than 20 points and 6 assists per game, and he hopes to follow the path, Jay Williver, Damian Lillard or C.J. McCollum or Elfrid Payton, mid-major guys, former school guys, having success in the NBA.
I love watching this young man play. I think he's exquisite in screen and rolls. A lefty, Jalen, as you know, lefties can throw your game off, shooting the ball from that position. But talk about the opportunity he's going to walk into playing alongside Russell Westbrook, and then also get a chance maybe to defend some two-guard spot as well.
I talked about this team needing a facilitator. Well, he's the third sophomore to average 20 and 6. The other two, Penny Hardaway. And the gentleman to my left, Shane Williams.
So we see Cameron Payne going up to have this moment with Adam Silver. What does Billy Donovan have in this guy from Murray State, JB?
Well, he's got a really good leader with a high basketball IQ. You know, Jay mentioned he's a lefty. Yeah, he can score. He can shoot it. He's excellent off of pick and rolls. He comes off. He doesn't just blast off. He plays with pace and an excellent passer. Over 40 minutes, 7.5 assists per game. That shot needs to be fixed a little bit. I mean, he's a good shooter, but it's a low release point on that shot. But I think that's something that he will remedy easily. Plays in the open floor. He is easy to play with, makes really good decisions, but his combination of scoring and passing is excellent. Good athlete, has good defensive potential as well.
Reminds me of Brandon Jennings. You say lefty, you say can do it off the dribble, plus distribute. Brandon Jennings lit the league on fire when he first came in. Had a 55-point game earlier. Before he got injured this year, had a couple of triple-doubles. Now this young man can take the basketball and some of the pressure off of Russell Westbrook, have him and KD playing off the basketball, and they can be in attack mode.
So Cameron Payne, hey, Jay, he's going to have plenty of time. You see him take a selfie after he got picked. He'll have plenty of time in practice to figure out that shot. But in the games, Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook to take a whole lot of the shots. Cameron Payne with Shannon.
Thanks, Reese. You know, Cameron, you've said when you first started Murray State that the NBA dreams of getting here. That wasn't even on your radar. So why can you be the next mid-major success in the NBA?
Man, I can be the next success because, I mean, I'm coming in with a chip on my shoulder. I'm coming in with, you know what I'm saying, no bragging rights at all. I'm coming in to do the dirty work. I'm coming in to do anything to survive and to provide for my family, and that's not going to stop. There's no ceiling for Cameron Payne.
All right, there, Oklahoma City. That is your new player, Cameron Payne. Welcome to the NBA. Reese?
You know, Cameron Payne thinks he is a baller because he's already talking about himself in the third person.
And they say sky's the limit, but
that's
then they
that's major conference stuff. Third person.
Yes, indeed.
There's no such thing as mid-majors talking about themselves in the third person.
You talk about yourself in the third person all the time.
Yes, he does. Reese Davis will continue to tell you on this lottery. That lottery is over. Now the draft concludes.
But yet,
Hawks are on the clock.
Footprints on the moon.
Well, the lottery is concluded. The Hawks are on the clock, but just because the lottery's over doesn't mean you can't find big-time players like Eric Bledsoe or Avery Bradley or Kawhi Leonard, who was picked by Indy 15th and traded to San Antonio. Kenneth Faried, rebounding machine, picked by Golden State, now with the Nuggets, and then Jimmy Butler, chosen by Chicago, the 2015 most improved player and an all-star this past year. So the Hawks, the only 60-win team in the Eastern Conference, are in this position on the clock with a 15th overall pick because of the Joe Johnson trade with the Brooklyn Nets, the homestanding Brooklyn Nets. You see on the screen what the Hawks received in addition to this 2015 first-round pick and a second-round pick in a couple of years. So the Hawks made it to the Eastern Conference Finals this past year. Got swept by LeBron James and the Cavaliers. What do the Hawks need to do with this pick?
Well, you got Paul Millsap and DeMar Carroll. Both of those guys are free agents. You bring Paul Millsap back, but if DeMar Carroll is asking for too much, I think this pick allows you to go with a guy like a Rondé Hollis-Jefferson, a guy who could be a defender, guard, multiple positions, maybe the 3 or the 4. And also, his offense is still in work, but he can drive and attack the rim, almost give you the same output as DeMar.
I'm looking at Bobby Portis or Kelly Oubre. Because, as you mentioned, they need forwards. Millsap is a free agent. Carroll's a free agent. And they need to get taller, in particular, at the 4 and 5 spot and versatile. I like either one of those guys for the Hawks.
Yeah, Kelly Oubre is the guy that's the best available player right here, and he does have the highest ceiling of the players in this range because of his athleticism, his length. He's a wing defender. Oubre is the guy that I think is the best available.
Will it be Kelly Oubre as the pick is now in for the Atlanta Hawks, who had a great resurgence this year under NBA Coach of the Year Mike Budenholzer? Adam Silver with the pick.
With the 15th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Kelly Oubre from the University of Kansas.
My guy's right on it. As usual, he was good in isolation defense. Has an interesting backstory. He and his father fled New Orleans when he was 9 years old to get away from Hurricane Katrina. Enrolled him in a private school in Houston and ended up going to Kansas. You see Bobby Portis waiting. What do you think of this pick, Jalen?
I really like the pick. As you mentioned, he's a really good defender. He reminds me a lot of Trevor Ariza, second most efficient isolation defender in the Big 12.
Is he a 3 or is he a 2?
He can do both.
My thing is you have Kyle Korver, you have Dabo Cephalosha. You're kind of stacked at that position already.
He can be whatever he wants in those shoes. That is quite a shoe game.
But also,
he was wearing red velvet shoes at the lottery, but this beats those red velvet shoes. Kelly Oubre has a 7'2" wingspan. He has athletic, left-handed. When he came out of high school, people were talking about, man, he's a lottery selection. He didn't perform as well at Kansas early on because he wasn't prepared defensively. But Bill Self knocked that out of him, and I think he's got great potential as a wing defender. He's got a good stroke. I think he can move that out. He's very athletic. I think he's got a very good upside in the NBA. If he really gets his motor revving a little bit higher, and learns how to work. I think he has learned how to work hard, but if he continues to do that, I really like Kelly Oubre at this spot.
And go up, bury the lead. Trevor Ariza, as I mentioned, a three-point shooter in half court, in transition, can guard multiple positions, can catch a lob, is fearless. And you mentioned Seth Malosha and Korver on the roster. One gives you defense, one gives you spot-up shooting, he gives you versatility.
So the first pick outside the lottery is Kelly Oubre, selected by the Atlanta Hawks. But Jeff Goodman is with us right now. Jeff, what are you hearing about whether Kelly Oubre will indeed wind up in Atlanta?
Yeah, Kelly Oubre is on the move. My sources tell me that he is going to Washington for pick number 19 plus 2 future second-round picks. So Oubre headed to the Wizards for 2 future second-rounders and the number 19 pick.
Again, just to clarify how things work with the NBA on draft night, Jeff is working his sources and getting the information from his team sources. No trade is official until it is approved by the NBA. They have to look at how salaries match up and contracts and all of that type of thing to fit under the salary cap. So that's not official, but Jeff's sources saying that Kelly Oubre is going to be headed for Washington. At the moment, he was the selection of the Atlanta Hawks, 15th overall, and he is with Shannon Spate.
That's right. Of course, Kelly, you couldn't hear Jeff Goodman's report just now, but he did say that you are potentially on the move to Washington. What have you heard?
I haven't heard anything. You know, whoever gets me is getting a jewel. You know what I mean? I feel like I'm a steal in this draft. I'm ready to win the championship, and whatever team gets me, we're winning the championship, and you know I'm ready to put the work in to do so.
You said your approach to the whole pre-draft process was to make teams fall in love with you. What do you think you showed them?
You know, I showed them that I'm relentless. You know, a lot of teams passed on me, but that's fine. You know, they made great picks, a lot of great guys in this draft. But, you know, whoever winds up getting me, you know, I'm definitely going to give them 110% effort to pretty much show everybody what I can do and, you know, show that I can be great one day.
And whoever gets him, they're also going to get some very fancy shoes. Take a look at the kicks. I'm surprised people are even getting close to you with those things on your feet. Those are fancy.
I came in with a chip on my shoulder.
If you actually wore those spikes on that shoe, if you dribble a ball off your foot, deflate the ball in Tom Brady-esque fashion, all of a sudden instantaneously.
Oh, that's just wrong.
Already with the Tom Brady reference. Wow.
He's had his appeal. And everything. Hey, you're a guy who loves the shoe game. You've got some pretty good ones you're rocking tonight.
He has a picture of himself on his socks. Who does that? Show the socks, JB. Come on. Show the people what they want.
This isn't about me, but it should be about me. How about he's a jewel? He says he's a jewel.
Well, he's got jewels on his shoes.
Look, I think he's going to be a good player, but he does have some steps to take. He's got a ways to go before he's there. He's definitely a work in progress, but you got to like the confidence.
You know, Jay, you said one thing in particular that really stood out. He has to learn how to work. And I think if he can appreciate how to work, I think he could be a great fit for a team. And you talk about Washington, who knows if they're able to keep Paul Pierce. You talk about how much younger they can get that small forward position. Him and Otto Porter could be a great little tandem.
I compared him to Trevor Ariza. The Washington Wizards just lost Trevor Ariza a couple of years ago. Paul Pierce has gotten a lot older. This is a really good pick for that basketball team.
All right, the Celtics are on the clock now. They have about a minute to make their pick. They have 2 first-round picks in this year's draft. Tom Penn's back with us now. Tom, what do you see for the Celtics right now?
Yeah, get used to this over the next few years. The Celtics on the clock. Look where they are as a franchise and what Danny Ainge is ready to do. They have $23 million in cap room. They have Marcus Smart, who they picked last year. But here's the interesting part. Look at these draft picks, and here we go. They can pick 2 in this draft, right? One of them is because they traded their coach, Doc Rivers, for a pick. Then Danny Ainge got all these future picks, 3 and 16, 17, 2 and 18. Those came from Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett coming here to Brooklyn. They're long gone from Brooklyn, and here comes the reward. They also sent Rondo to the Mavericks. Danny Ainge is poised to do something special because he's got all these assets, that cap room. It's going to be really interesting to see what goes on in Boston.
And really a terrific job done by another former college coach, Brad Stevens of Butler, who's fit in very well in the NBA with Boston, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for best available player here, Bobby Portis of Arkansas is available. and then Sam Decker of Wisconsin would be the two guys that say those guys are the best available. And then Jaron Grant is a guard and a scorer from Notre Dame. I would be looking between those three players.
Well, you just got Avery Bradley a couple years ago. You got James Young. I think Bobby Portis could be the right fit, considering Brandon Bass is an unrestricted free agent.
I say Sam Decker because they really need three-point shooting. He has toughness. I say he should be their pick.
You see those two guys. First you saw Bobby Portis. There's Sam Decker, the star at Wisconsin. Bobby Portis had a terrific year at Arkansas this past year. Will the Celtics go with Decker? Will they go with Portis, or an entirely different direction? The Celtics have 2 first-round picks. First one 16th overall. Adam Silver with what franchise Larry Legend helped build. Will do.
With the 16th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Terry Rozier from University of Louisville.
Terry Rozier averaged a little better than 17 points per game for Rick Pitino this past year. I really shouldn't be surprised by this, Jay. I was sitting beside a Celtics scout when Rozier was a freshman, and they were in love with him early in his first year at Louisville.
Well, he's so dynamic. He's absolutely a bullet. He's explosive. He's fast. It's like trying to guard a bowling ball when it's going down the alley to stay in front of him because he stays so low. But he's been playing the two-guard position. Hasn't played much point and doesn't, I'm not sure, projects as a point. He's probably going to have to play it at his size, but Rozier can really defend. That's where I think he's special. He can really guard.
Strong body, combination guard. Here's one for you. Eric Bledsoe of the Phoenix Suns. Not necessarily the guy who's going to get you 10 assists. He's going to give you effort on defense. Can score the basketball, and a capable shooter.
Isaiah Thomas is going to have some help scoring the basketball, huh?
You raised your eyebrow a little bit, though. Do you like the pick as you see where Terry Rozier would fit in on the roster right now?
On my big board, I had Jerry and Grant going before I had Terry Rozier. But, you know, if Boston loves him, I mean, he's a guy that can play alongside Isaiah Thomas, Avery Bradley, Marcus Smart. They have a plethora of guards.
The Celtics, though they're in the Eastern Conference, they made the playoffs, and they turned Evan Turner into an asset. He actually played well late in the season. You put this player in there, they feel like he probably could duplicate that, if not exceed it.
I mean, they're stockpiling at the guard position, so the Celtics, as Tom alluded to, they can make a lot of moves.
Right. And the only downside is he's small and he's not a great shooter, but he is a great defender. Gets deflections, gets steals, can stay in front, can guard 94 feet. Defensively, he's the real thing, and he's so explosive as an athlete.
And all of this time leading up to the draft, after the Celtics were eliminated from the playoffs, we heard they were going to be active. They've stockpiled assets in the backcourt. Will they move any of them? Milwaukee Bucks on the clock. Who goes with Jabari Parker coming up?
You're watching the 2015 NBA Draft, presented by State Farm.
Where's he going?
You can catch these draft picks tonight, play for their new teams for the first time in the NBA Summer League. It runs July 4th through the 20th. Join the conversation. Hashtag NBA Summer and watch NBA TV for all the action. 17 days of continuous coverage, culminating with Samsung NBA Summer League in Las Vegas. So we have 16 picks that have been made. Jay, who are the best available guys out there?
Well, we talked about Bobby Portis of Arkansas, Sam Decker, Jaron Grant, R.J. Hunter of Georgia State, an excellent shooter, but you can see a guy like Justin Anderson from Virginia if you're looking for shooting, or Rashad Bond from UNLV, an excellent shooter with a big-time stroke. So you've got a number of different ways you can go, and here's where things, you know, you go with what you like and where the best upside is. And some of these shooters, you can have some real upside here.
Now, I know you can't make picks at this level on sentiment, but there have to be some fans hoping the Bucks will take the former Sheboygan Lutheran and Wisconsin standout Sam Decker, who's still on the board. Andy Katz is there. Andy, what are you hearing about Sam Decker and the Bucks, if anything?
Well, earlier today I communicated with the Bucks, and they were not going to draft Sam Decker. At least that wasn't their plan. And speaking with Todd Decker, Sam's father, just now, he never felt comfortable with his son going to Milwaukee. He kind of want to get out of the area, get out of the state after going from Sheboygan to Wisconsin. And I just recently spoke with Sam sitting over there. He says, look, I'm very anxious. I'll be fine, he told me. I just want to get this over with and get out of here. So we'll have to wait and see if he happens, because we know he's not going to Washington based on what Jeff reported. They've already cleared it that they're not going to draft Decker, so we'll have to wait and see where he goes here in the next couple of picks.
Okay, so apparently Decker will not be getting this over with, at least not with this pick. The Milwaukee Bucks have made their selection. That information has been passed to the commissioner, Adam Silver.
With the 17th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Rashad Vaughn from UNLV.
Rashad Vaughn was the Mountain West Conference Freshman of the Year, averaged nearly 18 points per game in 23 games before a knee injury ended his season prematurely.
Well, Rashad Vaughn, you could argue, is a steal at this position in the draft, or a steal in the draft totally. He's got size. He's a natural scoring talent. He can create his own shot, create his own offense. And really, he's only 18 years old. He had a meniscus tear late in the season, so he missed 10 or 11 games. But he's good on spot-ups, very good on isolations, and very good on pick and rolls. He can really shoot it.
Deion Waiters is my comparison. You said it right, Jay. Can isolate the basketball, likes to score. I'm calling the Milwaukee Bucks team futuristic. You have Jabari Parker, Giannis Antetokounmpo. You like that, don't you?
I do. I'm so impressed.
Michael Carter-Williams. They have multiple players that play multiple positions. Who's their head coach? Jason Kidd. It only makes sense.
They need shooters. You watch the playoffs, Chris Middleton was like the only guy that can make a shot from the outside. And you talk about NCW, loves to get to the rim. The Greek Freak loves to get to the rim. Jabari Parker and then a guy like Rashad Vaughn, that gives them two guys that can dance with the basketball and make shots from the outside. You know, and Chris Middleton is a restricted free agent.
Yeah, he's not a big-time athlete and not a great defender. He's an offensive player, so he's going to have to improve as a defender. You got to play at both ends, but I like the pick. I think he's a good player.
Jason Kidd is going to play positionless basketball. That's who he was as a player. He was a triple-double waiting to happen. Makes sense.
So he adds another piece by getting Rashad Vaughn there. Rashad Vaughn not here in Brooklyn at the draft, so he can't necessarily have his draft night outfit critiqued by Mosiah Bridges. Perhaps you've seen Mosiah, a winner on Shark Tank for Moe's Bows. He's got a big bow tie company, and he's been helping out some of our draft picks tonight. Shannon Spake caught up with Mosiah.
So if you thought some of the guys here tonight are getting a head start on their career, how about this kid, Mosiah Bridges, 13 years old. He runs a $200,000 a year business called Moe's Bows, and he's our fashion guru from tonight. I want you to, you've been looking at some of the guys out here. You had a chance to see them all on the stage. Who stood out to you?
The one that stood out the most was Kelly Oubre. He really brought the shoes, I would say. And of course, Trill.
Willie Cauley-Stein.
Yes, because the bow tie, of course. I mean, that was the perfect bow tie that I gave to him. And I was just so proud to see that he achieved his dream.
His dream and wearing your bow tie. You know, you name all of your bow ties. They all have particular names. Do you know the name that Willie Cauley-Stein is wearing tonight?
Well, that was an original for him, so I made that especially for him. So I was thinking of a name. So Trill, I was thinking of that. So it was good. Yeah.
And, of course, Mosiah will be here with us the rest of the night. And we're going to take a look at some of our analysts. Jalen Rose, Jay Williams. We're going to break down their draft suits. It was a while ago, but we're going to take a look back.
We'll look forward to that. But, you know, that's a lot of fun to talk fashion. I've got a serious question here. Mr. Billis, how do you think that young Mosiah Bridges running a $200,000 a year company, how could that impact his educational future?
I think it's really going to hurt it because amateurism is the bedrock of education. So that young man is compromising his education by making money.
He should be giving away the bow tie.
Why would you get him started? Why would you stir the pot with him?
Well, because we're a little over halfway through the first round of the draft, and, you know, I got to make sure he's still awake down there. Okay, the Rockets are on the clock right now. We'll look forward to seeing that red suit again.
Oh, no.
You just can't get away from it. There's some things you do in life that follow you around, but you own it pretty well.
I'm glad social media didn't exist then.
Think you get worn out for that suit if that had happened?
And I'm glad y'all can't see the red gaiters I was wearing.
Oh,
you
really?
were wearing red gaiters?
Absolutely.
Oh, Lord.
That's not a big surprise.
I'm from Detroit. That's what we do.
All right, the Rockets are on the clock with the 18th overall pick. This is why they're selecting in this position, part of a three-way trade among the Rockets, Pelicans, and the Wizards. Rockets got Trevor Ariza, Alonzo G, and Scotty Hobson. And this pick at number 18, you see who the Pelicans got, and the Wizards got Melvin Ely, a trade exception. And that trade, so that now leaves Houston, who had 56 wins this past year. They've got James Harden, they've got Dwight Howard. What do they need to do with this pick?
Creators. James Harden, while he was an MVP candidate in their final game, he had 13 turnovers. Had to do too much with the basketball. How about Grant right here?
Exactly.
Somebody that could take the basketball out of his hand. If I'm Houston, that's who I pick.
Patrick Beverly was hurt. He was a restricted free agent. Jason Terry is serviceable, but he's a little bit older. They need a guy like a Jerian Grant that can get the whole motion stirred and started for that team.
With Jaren Grant along with Pat Connaughton. We'll wait and see when we hear Pat's name called later from Notre Dame. Led the Irish on a terrific run to the ACC Tournament Championship and came within a Jaren Grant shot of perhaps going to the Final Four in the Elite Eight game against Kentucky. Jaren Grant has really enhanced his status, Jay, after a year in which he had the academic difficulties, was away from Notre Dame, and came back strong and really enhanced his stock.
Well, he can really score, and he can score in a variety of ways. He didn't shoot the ball as well from three as he did in past seasons. He shot over 40% the year before, but this year just under that. But he can come off pick and rolls. He is excellent at creating his own shot, and he can finish around the rim once he gets there with floaters, runners, get over the top of people. And I think he's an excellent passer. So it would be, and he's mature. He's ready to come in right away and play.
Jaren Grant, a little bit older player. Plus he has the bloodlines from his father and uncle who played in the league. Houston has made his selection. Let's go to the commissioner now.
With the 18th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Sam Decker from the University of Wisconsin.
So Sam Decker's wait is over. He had a splendid performance in the NCAA tournament, particularly in the Elite Eight against Arizona. Also, the national semifinal against Kentucky. Hit the shot that put Wisconsin ahead to stay, led them to the national championship game.
Well, Houston made more threes than any other team in the league. They average around 11 per game. I think Sam Decker is also a three. With Corey Brewer being an unrestricted free agent, he's the guy that gives them, validation at that position, and he can knock down the tray.
Josh Smith was picked up during the season by the Rockets after being waived by the Pistons. And he was second in usage on that basketball team since being acquired. They need more playmaking.
Sam Decker, I had him rated as the 16th best prospect, so he lasted a little bit longer, but he's within that range, and he's a streaky shooter. He's 6'8", an excellent athlete, can put the ball on the deck, handles the ball well. Not really a post-up player, but he can get hot and make shots, and he plays well in an up-tempo game. Obviously played at Wisconsin where they don't always play up-tempo, but they certainly can. But last summer at the LeBron James Skills Academy, John Lucas ran the college workouts. He has the 12-second shot clock he likes to use, and Decker thrived. He was the best player there.
Wally Zerbiak, you mentioned he can shoot the basketball. You saw him driving. You saw him doing it off the dribble. That's my comparison, hitting the three. Houston loves to get up and down the floor. He's going to be able to change into the floor along with Trevor Ariza running the wing and James Harden. This is going to be a good fit for the Houston Rockets.
Decker said this week that he thought he could be the best player in the draft. You like the confidence. What do you see as his ceiling in the NBA?
I think he has a very high ceiling. I think the Houston Rockets got a gem. He's still around for the 17th pick. He's the 18th pick, excuse me. He's a guy that you imagine playing along a guy like James Harden. All you got to do is run the floor. James Harden's going to make you look great. You're going to get wide open shots.
Houston made it to the Western Conference Finals. Now they had a guy who made it to the national championship game, Sam Decker with Shannon.
That's right, Reese. And Sam, you told Andy Katz a few minutes ago that you just wanted to get it over with and get out of here. What's been the most difficult part of the night for you?
I think just waiting, because you feel like you deserve to be up there. And, I'm completely grateful. You know, I'm so excited to be part of the Houston Rockets. You know, there's no words to really describe being drafted. I'm just trying to enjoy it now and I'm just having a smile on my face.
Aaron Rodgers is one of your friends. He sent you a text when you were sitting over there. What did it say?
He's telling me to smile. He said, be patient. You're going to a playoff team. And look what happened. I'm going to a playoff team, so I'm not worried. You know, patience pays off. You know, God has a plan, and look where I am. It's a great spot.
Never lived anywhere but Wisconsin. You could probably throw out some of those coats if you're heading to Houston.
Thank gosh.
All right, guys.
No shovel necessary in Houston for Sam Decker as he leaves Madtown. The Wizards are on the clock. We had the news earlier. We believe they will be making this pick for the Atlanta Hawks. Wizards on the clock with the 19th pick.
What's wrong with shoveling snow? Come up here. Get up here. Either way, just get up here.
Congratulations, thank you so much.
Unbelievable. Oh, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Take a big deep breath now. Woo!
K-A-T, cat. Karl Anthony Towns going #1 overall to Minnesota. We are now at the 19th pick. Washington, who, according to news Jeff Goodman reported earlier, perhaps picking for the Hawks here. The Wizards would pick at number 19.
With the 19th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Jaren Grant from the University of Notre Dame.
So Jaren Grant continues a family tradition. His dad, Harvey, was selected by the Bullets. 1988 out of Oklahoma. Of course, his uncle Horace was the 10th overall pick by the Bulls. His brother selected in last year's draft in the second round by Philadelphia out of Syracuse, and Jaren Grant will be 23 by the time the season starts, selected by Washington, but apparently on his way elsewhere.
An excellent scorer. You know, he knows how to score. A guy who's a streaky shooter but has good range. Coming off pick and rolls, he's really, really good and really dynamic. Athletic, can get to the rim, an excellent finisher, and can finish in a variety of ways. And one of the great things about Jaren Grant is he's a passer. He averages almost 7 assists per game, and he's got a 3-to-1 assist turnover ratio. This young man knows how to play. He's mature, he can step in. I think he can be a very good defender. It wasn't his overall strength, but he can go get buckets for you. And didn't shoot the ball as well from 3 this last year, but he really made a ton of plays, and he was fun to watch. I think when he steps into the NBA, he steps in as a ready-made scorer that can come in off the bench, be a starter, and he can get you buckets.
And he can defend multiple positions. He can defend the 1 or the 2 guard spot.
Mature, as you mentioned, Jay, takes care of the basketball. Grievous Vasquez comes to mind for me. You said coming in off the bench, that's what he's made a career doing. And also, the ability to compete on a nightly basis and play with a chip on his shoulder. That Grant family has some really good genes. I'm trying to get some hands on some Grant's life bars.
They do, and Jaren Grant, the latest one selected. Okay, but we told you earlier about the report that Jeff Goodman had about the Hawks and the Wizards making a deal. All right, Jeff Goodman is back here with us now. So, Jeff, flesh that out a little bit for us. The Hawks took Kelly Oubre with the 15th pick. You said he was on his way to Washington. What does this mean for Jaren Grant?
So Jaren Grant will take his versatility to New York in a deal that will bring Tim Hardaway from the Knicks to Atlanta. So that's a trade. 2 guards flipping. You know, this pick initially started with Washington, goes to Atlanta. Oubre switches places, and now Hardaway goes to Atlanta, and Jaren Grant goes to the Knicks.
Okay, and again, all of these trades just proposed, not finalized by the NBA yet. Jaren Grant's with Shannon.
Jaren, of course, Jeff Goodman, you weren't able to hear that report, but he just reported that you'll be going to New York. What have you heard about that?
You know, just rumblings about, you know, me being in New York, and, you know, I'm excited for it.
You know, your dad, your uncle, they've all made their name in the NBA, and now it's your turn. What do you want to prove?
You know, it's really, truly a blessing. You know, put God first, and anything can happen. I just want to come out here and prove that, you know, I belong. You know, make a name for myself.
We all saw your run in the tournament this year. How do you think that changed the perception of you?
You know, I'm a winner. You know, didn't get to really win a lot, you know, in the postseason at Notre Dame, but to win a championship and then to make that run, I think was really special.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Grace?
Shannon, as likable and as mature a young man as you'll find in this draft, and we mentioned the family ties. His dad was Harvey Grant, played for the Bullets and Blazers. Horace Grant had a terrific career. You see him in an Orlando jersey, probably best known with the Bulls. Won 4 titles with the Bulls and Lakers, and his brother Jeremy, who was drafted by the 76ers, as we join Heather Cox.
And Reese, what makes this even more amazing, you talk about these 4 players, actually consecutive drafts for Horace and Harvey, and then consecutive drafts for Jeremy and Jaron. It's hard to believe how surreal, considering the family history, is tonight for you.
I just tell you, first of all, I'm just so blessed, man. I want to give you all the praise to the good Lord. And, you know, it's amazing. If you work hard and you try to do the right thing, good things will happen.
And this is fun. A little bit of a family wager took place in the spring. Jeremy, you went 39 last year, and you bet your brother a pretty large sum of money that you would stay the highest drafted son. So it's a little bit of a win-win, I'd say, for you. Is the loss of money worth the high pick for your brother?
I think it's definitely worth it. I mean, I definitely wanted to win the wager, but at the same time, I'm just so happy that he got drafted where he wanted to.
What will it be like for you guys to continue this NBA dream together now?
There's going to be a lot more wagers coming up soon. I got to win one.
Remind me never to make a bet with you. All right, respect to you.
All right, Heather, and assuming that the trade is finalized by the NBA, a little Sixers-Knicks rivalry, both of those franchises trying to get turned around. So you kind of take a step back now and look at, after Jeff Goodman's report, assuming that goes through and is finalized and becomes official, the Knicks will have picked up Jaron Grant and Chris Porzingis. They go with Carmelo Anthony, a little bit healthier. What do you think about what the Knicks are doing so far?
Well, I like Jaron Grant. I like him on any team. It's going to be interesting to see him run the triangle. But he had more assists. He had more assists than any other major conference player in the last 4 years. He's a playmaker. Now, as long as he can get to those playmaking positions within the triangle offense, I think that's when he can be effective.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not the biggest fan of triangles, right? Triangles, isosceles triangles. No. You're not a fan.
It takes the ball out of the point guard's hands.
What do you like better is like straight lines on the baseline, everybody clear out for
screen and roll. Screen and roll, yes.
I mean, the Knicks draft is going to be determined by how Porzingis pans out. If he turns out to be a great player, this is going to be looked back upon as a masterstroke. If he's not, you're going to hear Frederick Weiss and all that business.
Right.
So it really depends on how Porzingis turns out.
And also for the Knicks, they must hit it big in free agency. That's going to be a key also. You pay Phil Jackson $65 million, Derek Fisher $25 million, Carmelo Anthony $120 million.
Is Greg Monroe the answer?
Possibly.
Okay.
You know, he can score on the low post. He's not much of a shooter, not much of a rim protector, but he's a double-double, and he will fit well in the triangle.
J-Will doesn't believe anybody fits well in a triangle.
But also sometimes
I do. Jordan, Kobe, and Shaq, they fit great in the triangle.
They fit in anything.
There you go.
All right, Toronto Raptors are on the clock now. Toronto had 49 wins, most in franchise history. Lou Williams, 6th man of the year. So what can Toronto do to build on a successful season? Let's see who Toronto selects.
With the 20th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Toronto Raptors select DeLon Wright from the University of Utah.
DeLon Wright is the first Ute to be drafted since Andrew Bogut. And dare I invoke the name of Bob Cousy? I will, because he won the Bob Cousy Award as the nation's best point guard.
Dare I invoke the name Bob Cousy? Well, DeLon Wright is a tall point guard. He started out as a junior college player, went to Utah. He's a defender and can really guard, and he is very good in pick-and-roll situations as a ball handler, very efficient. Now, he's not a great jump shooter. He shoots about 33% on jump shots. He's been inconsistent with his shot, but he's in the top 10 in the Pac-12 in scoring, assists, and steals. I think he may be the best defensive point guard in this draft. He rebounds, he can block shots.
And with his size and the attributes you mentioned, remind me of Jordan Clarkson from the Los Angeles Lakers. As you see, the athleticism, the ability to finish at the hoop. Obviously, he's going to have to continue to work on his game and work on his jump shot. But these two young players should have a pretty good impact in this league.
With Grievous Vasquez being an unrestricted free agent, Lou Williams being an unrestricted free agent, I think he provides depth at that point guard position or the shooting guard. He's not going to start over Kyle Lowry or DeMar Rosen, but he provides depth.
And how about this? We have back-to-back picks with very strong family ties, as you see where Delon Wright fits in with Kyle Lowry and DeMar Rosen, Terrence Ross, among others. Delon Wright's brother is Darrell Wright. He was selected 19th overall by the Heat in the 2004 draft. He has an NBA championship ring. He's played with Golden State. Also spent some time with the Blazers and with Philadelphia. Right now with the Portland Trail Blazers, averaged about 5 points per game recently. All right, there is the Knicks' first pick, 4th overall, Chris Porzingis. Phil Jackson will tell us why he picked Porzingis at number 4. Back in Brooklyn at the NBA draft, the Knicks had hoped to pick a little bit higher in the lottery. They were at number 4 overall. They took Chris Porzingis from Lafayette, played professionally in Spain. It was not greeted with great affection by the Knicks fans here in this arena. However, Phil Jackson, not too long ago, explained why he felt like the Knicks made the right selection by taking Porzingis at number 4.
Phil, why Kristaps Porzingis?
He's got the best hip upside that we had available to us. Has a great attitude, good family, working at the game. We understand that, it might take a year, but he's willing to work, and he's got the equipment to do it.
You've heard all the talk about, Darko Milicic and Jan Vesely and a lot of great European prospects that didn't pan out. What makes you think Porzingis is different?
Well, you watch a guy play and you see how he plays, his activity level, that he has a shot, a great stroke, that he has the desire, the willingness, the structure behind him. All those things I think work out in his favor.
You've talked about how you want to play here with a certain type of system. How do you see him fitting into the triangle in the system you want to incorporate here?
That's not going to be an issue. That won't be an issue. Offensively, Kristaps going to be fine in whatever we put him into. The big thing about his learning process is going to be defensively.
The other great players that went before him, there are those who say Porzingis has the most upside in the draft and in 10 years will be the best player. Do you believe that's the case?
Well, we want to believe that. The proof is, what happens 5 years down the line. But we like the fact that it was a choice for us. We like the fact that this guy, has the wherewithal, the intestinal fortitude to go after it. That he is, one of these, things that we always used to count on. What's the risk and what's the reward? The reward is great. The risk is great, but the reward's great too.
This is your last pick of the evening. Right now, will you guys make any moves to get another pick in the draft tonight?
More than likely. Yeah, we'll get in there.
And not long after Chris talked to Phil, you heard Jeff Goodman report that the Knicks have made a deal, sent Tim Hardaway to the Hawks. They wind up with Jaren Grant. Trade yet to be finalized by the NBA. Okay, well, we're waiting on the Mavericks who are on the clock. What's your reaction to what you heard from Phil?
I'm not mad at Phil because what I heard is I got 11 rings. I can wait 5 years. Or if you don't like my pick, then
what are you going to do?
It is what it is. What you going to do? Be patient.
It's going to take Porzingis more than a year. It's going to take him more than a year.
Well, they hope sooner rather than later, and sooner is when the Dallas Mavericks will have their newest player, although they haven't kept a lot of their guys around recently in the draft. Mavericks coming off a 50-win season. They have the 21st pick overall.
Maybe Jones.
With the 21st pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Justin Anderson from the University of Virginia.
Justin Anderson, the first Cavalier to be picked in the first round since Corey Alexander 20 years ago.
I think this is a really good pick. Justin Anderson is a left-handed, powerful athlete, and when you say powerful, he is powerfully built. He's got a 6'11" wingspan. He really improved his shot. I thought he was a little wild as a shooter last year with some of the shots he took and the way he took them, but he really tightened up that stroke. His body balance much better this year. He lands in the same spot he took off from. Now, he got injured. He broke his hand, his left hand, against Louisville, I think it was. And then just he's about to come back, he had an appendectomy. But he can defend. He's a 55% finisher at the rim. I think he's a kind of a sleeper in this draft. He's got a chance to be a very good NBA player.
And also get his chance to play for one of the best coaches in the NBA, in Rick Carlisle. Versatile wing, can make the three. He's going to demand that he defends as well.
Tyson Chandler was happy. He actually has some help defensively on the perimeter. Monte Ellis opts out. You get a guy like Justin Anderson.
History would tell us to be careful. Over the last 17 drafts, the Mavericks have selected 30 players, with Anderson being the 31st player. You know how many of them have suited up for Dallas in the season immediately following their draft? Only 6. There's no news right now about Justin Anderson, but history says the Mavericks don't mind wheeling and dealing. Okay, we had 21 picks made so far. Chicago Bulls new head coach Fred Hoiberg now on the clock with a 22nd overall selection. Tom Penn and Fran Fraschilla with us right now. You're getting to the back end now of the first round. What are teams looking to do here?
There are lists in every draft room in the league that talk about specialists right now, right, Fran? Knockdown shooters, somebody that can make a shot. Remember, these are playoff teams. Disruptive defenders. Can you stop somebody? Can you get on the floor? And then size. Give me some size. So I go to my personnel guy, and I say, give me some help. What do you want in Chicago?
We need a shooter, and we can't have Jimmy Butler playing 44 minutes a game, okay?
Okay,
so we got to get some rest. I like R.J. Hunter, but our scouting staff loves Pat Connaughton, excuse me. What you like about him is, Tom, he can knock down shots. He's a better athlete than anybody thought. You saw that at the Combine.
Yep.
I think Fred Hoiberg will love this kid. It'll stretch the floor for us.
Okay.
We got to go with Connaughton.
What are we doing in Portland?
Well, in Portland, we're going to lose LaMarcus.
What do you want?
We got to big. We got to go big. We've been watching Bobby Portis for 2 years. Right. We love his energy, okay? And you know he's going to give you 10 years of rebounding and hustle. Our analytics guys love him, but when we saw him at Iowa State, I took you to see him. You really liked the way he battled the Cyclones. That's our guy.
Fair enough. All right, finally, what are we going to do down here? Cap.
We gotta help LeBron with some more shooting. R.J. Hunter, his percentages weren't good. We love his size. Let's put him here. We love the size.
We lost Portis.
Yeah, no, we're going to get Portis back, unless we trade him.
So fair enough. It's shooters, defenders, and bigs. Let's see if they start falling that way.
All right, so that's what Tom and Fran think will happen coming up in the draft. The Bulls are on the clock with just over a minute and a half left to make the first selection of the Fred Hoiberg era. And you think the Bulls are going to go big here?
I would take a guy like Bobby Portis. Taj Gibson's coming off surgery. Paul Gasol is turning 35. And then you have a guy like Joakim Noah, who really doesn't give you points down low in the paint. He's more of a defensive player. Bobby Portis gets you younger at that position.
But as you look at Hoiberg, Hoiberg's going to want guys to be able to score. He ran a free-flowing offense. Everybody talked about how his NBA experience helped him at Iowa State. How do you see Hoiberg translating to the Bulls?
I think he was always a pro guy, per se, coaching in college. I got a chance to play with Fred in Indiana and with Chicago. He's a really good basketball mind. He did well in Minnesota. He did well at Iowa State. I think he's going to do well with the Chicago Bulls. We have one of the best rosters in the NBA. For me, though, I think they need a backup point guard. I would probably look for Tyus Jones here.
Fred Hoiberg's got a great temperament. I mean, he seems like he'd be a great guy to play for because he's a great offensive coach, and he's on an even keel all the time. And you'd want to play for a guy that when he says something to you, it's got meaning behind it. I really like him as a coaching prospect in the NBA.
Well, Hoiberg thought it was just a matter of time before he moved on to the NBA, and he did. His background after the long playing career, spent some time in the front office. showed some coaching chops with Iowa State. Now, how much will it help the Bulls just to have, Jay mentioned the temperament, a little bit of a different temperament from Tom Thibodeau?
I think it's more familiarity because you always go for the opposite. When you have a coach with his temperament initially, then you go for a guy like Thibodeau. Now when you have Fred Hoiberg, after a while people are going to talk about his temperament not being mean enough to the players. So you really can't win. Thibodeau is a really good coach. And also there's a tie here. Gar Forman, Fred Hoiberg, they have Iowa State in common.
It's going to help them out offensively, I can tell you that.
And that's going to help them make decisions because they're going to be in accord.
All right, so we'll see who the Bulls are going to take at 22nd overall. The pick is now in. Let's go up to the stage and the podium where Adam Silver will make the announcement.
With the 22nd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Chicago Bulls select Bobby Portis from the University of Arkansas.
Bobby Portis, the SEC Player of the Year, mentored since he was a young player by Big Nasty Corliss Williamson, also a former Arkansas Razorback. Now Bobby Portis, after a season in which he averaged 17 points, nearly 9 rebounds per game for the Hogs, goes on to start his pro career with the Bulls. You nailed it.
I know. Well, they give you the low post scoring that we were talking about before. And Joakim Noah is one of the top defenders in the league. He's battled through injuries this year. He doesn't give you the same offensive output that you need from a low post position. And we saw in the playoffs. Arkansas was hurt. They struggled with that half-court play down low.
He plays hard. That's what you love about him. He just goes after it. There were 3 guys in college basketball scored over 600 points, grabbed over 300 rebounds. Joel Okafor, Frank Kaminsky, and this guy, Bobby Portis. He's 6'10". He's got a 7'2" wingspan. He can go over either shoulder in the post. He's got a really good turnaround jump shot over either shoulder in the post. And not everybody has that. They usually go over their strong side shoulder, but he can go both ways. Not a crazy athlete, but a good rebounder. And I think because of his work rate, he's going to be a good NBA player.
Did you say 6'10" and versatile? I'm going she. Look up front for the Chicago Bulls. They've done a real good job adding Mirotic, adding McDermott. You mentioned Noah. And also Pau Gasol's gotten older. So you add this young man to the mix, he's going to be a performer right away.
So Bobby Portis goes with his 22nd pick to the Chicago Bulls, and he's with Shannon.
That's right, Reese. And as a sophomore, he was the SEC Player of the Year. You're going to a playoff team with a roster full of veterans. How do you think your youth can contribute right away?
I think I'll fit in well with them. You know, they have Paul Gasol and Tyus Gibson there. You know, I'm going to back those guys up or even try to start, you know, and just try to learn from them a little bit.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Reese?
All right, Shannon, so the Portland Trail Blazers are now on the clock. Just under 4 minutes left to make their selection. When we come back, coverage of the 2015 NBA Draft, we will revisit a very special moment from the draft a year ago.
Like in a 3-piece suit.
Back on our coverage of the draft, Portland Trail Blazers on the clock. They are having a first-round pick, 23rd overall, for the first time since 2012. And they took Damian Lillard and Myers Leonard in the first round with the 6th and the 11th pick. So the Trail Blazers, after winning 51 games, are on the clock with the 23rd overall pick. Last year, it was during right about this portion of the draft when Isaiah Austin of Baylor had a very special moment. He was projected to be a first-round draft pick in the NBA before finding out that he had Marfan syndrome that kept him from realizing his NBA dream, at least on the court.
In the 2014 NBA Draft, the NBA selects Isaiah Austin from Baylor University. Isaiah committed himself through endless hard work and dedication to a potential career as a professional basketball player, and we wanted to make sure he fulfilled at least this part of his dream.
There is Isaiah Austin, and while that was a touching moment for him as he had the deep appreciation for what the NBA did for him, there was also some other meaningful things that happened last year while watching the draft. Rod and Owen Gray saw the story about Isaiah when the genetic disorder he had affecting his heart. And he did a little research, did Rod, and made an appointment the next day to have Owen's eyes tested. That was how some of the symptoms manifested themselves in Isaiah Austin. Multiple tests concluded that Owen also has the heart defect known as Marfan syndrome. Rod Gray says that watching the draft that night prompted him to take action, get a diagnosis, and potentially save the life of his son. And certainly we're delighted to have Rod and Owen Gray with us at the NBA draft this year. And certainly continued success to Isaiah Austin as he continues his career in basketball, albeit not one on the playing floor as he had hoped at one point. All right, so the Blazers are on the clock right now, and it is a remarkable thing. Sometimes you get caught up in draft picks, and you can have a meaningful moment that we all experienced with Austin a year ago, and then see how it impacted another young man's life as well.
Absolutely. What a terrific opportunity. Like, it's not a right to play in this league. It's a privilege. And to have the opportunity to put on a uniform is just something special. As I mentioned, 3,988 players have played an NBA basketball game. You got 1 million of critics, but it's really a special and exclusive club.
You know, in Isaiah Austin, too, you talk about the mental fortitude to push through something like that. You have to commend that young man. He continues to fight each and every day to find his life without the sport of basketball.
How much class was it for the league to actually do that?
Agreed, yeah.
It was so awesome for that to happen.
The NBA continues to handle itself with great dignity and class and matters both on the floor
He's in the family.
and off. Portland Trail Blazers have just made their selection. We're about to find out who it is as the commissioner makes his way to the podium. 23rd overall pick going to the Blazers, who've won 50 or more consecutive seasons for the first time since 08-09.
With the 23rd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Rondé Hollis Jefferson from the University of Arizona.
Sizable contingent supporting Rondé Hollis Jefferson and his trousers, apparently. See what Zion Bridges thinks of those trousers. The NBA guys desperately want to love Rondé Hollis Jefferson because of how hard he plays, and the only issue with him is finding a little more offense. Everything else is there.
And he'd be very popular if he were on the first tee at Carnoustie right now in those pants. Rondé Hollis Jefferson, you mentioned it, is a specialist. Like, he's a defensive specialist. He rebounds at a high rate for his position, close to 9 rebounds per game over 40 minutes as a small forward. And he's a very good offensive rebounder, excellent in transition, and a very good finisher. But he's a guy who is not an offensive player. He does not shoot the ball well at all, only 20% from three-point range. Mid-range, doesn't shoot it well, but he plays with a terrific motor. Explosive. We mentioned his transition finishing ability, but I think his best attribute is his defensive ability. With those long arms, he's rangy, he can guard out on the perimeter, he can go down and guard in the post, and he gets on the glass. He sticks his nose in there and he rebounds with 2 hands. Really like his potential as a defensive player. I just don't know that he's ever going to be an offensive player. He's just not a natural in that regard.
A young Josh Smith in Atlanta in particular. Earlier in his career, he was a player that would have 100 blocks and 100 steals in a season. He's not much of a jump shooter. He's improved playing for the Houston Rockets, can really finish, can guard multiple positions, a fellow lefty also.
Interesting to watch Portland, though. They have Gerald Henderson now. They lost Nicholas Batum, but I think he can provide that defensive mindset for the team. The big question, though, are they going to pay Wesley Matthews $15 million a year? That's the kind of numbers he wants.
Hey, look at the lineup now as they picked up Noah Vonleh. We'll talk a little bit more about Hollis Jefferson in a moment, but first, let's hear from him. He's with Shannon.
Thanks, Reese. You know, Andy Katz walked over to you a few minutes ago and asked you how you were doing with the weight. You said, I'm fine. How have you been able to stay so calm?
Patience, you know, believing in God, putting all my trust in God, and my dreams came true, you know, just being patient and waiting for my turn.
You said you weren't even supposed to be here. What about this journey got you here?
Motivation from my people, from my city, you know, my community. They got my back, I got their back. They keep me pushing.
I got to ask you about your pants. First of all, they're extremely fancy, but they're also Trailblazer colors. Little foreshadowing?
I don't know. You know, it's just a color. Red's my favorite color. I wanted to add that in there, so it all planned accordingly, and just all grace to God. That's all I can say.
Well, congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Reese?
All right, Shannon, today on SportsCenter, Larry Brown was a guest, and he wasn't talking about Rondé Hollis-Jefferson specifically, but he talked about how he had a number of players over the course of his career in the NBA, including our buddy Bruce Bowen. Came into the league without much offensive game, without much ability to shoot, but he felt like that was something that could improve greatly with a great deal of work in many cases. Jay mentioned that Hollis-Jefferson's not a natural offensive player. You see him being the kind of guy that over the course of time could at least become functional, someone you at least had to respect as an offensive player.
Well, Jalen mentioned Josh Smith. I mean, Josh Smith wasn't necessarily the best shooter when he came in the league. And people learn how to work on their crafts. But I do like the fact he can guard multiple positions, and he's a bulldog defensively.
Energy is a skill. And so if he's going to play hard every night, and as you mentioned, guard multiple positions, then they have minutes for him.
Exactly.
If he takes bad shots and makes bad decisions with the basketball, then it won't be so pretty.
All right, so the Cavaliers are now on the clock. They won the Eastern Conference Championship and then fell to Golden State in the NBA Finals, as you know. LeBron returned to Cleveland not long after the draft, just a couple of weeks or so after it. Last year, they traded for Kevin Love, dealing the #1 overall pick Andrew Wiggins in the process to Minnesota. They started the season under 500, but then went on a tear toward the end, and then injuries did them in late. Kevin Love getting hurt in the playoffs, and then Kyrie Irving getting hurt in the finals, and ultimately it led to a 6-game series loss to Golden State in the NBA Finals. So Kevin Love, you don't know for sure what he's going to do. He's said that he's open and perhaps plans to return to Cleveland, but he's opted out of his deal, as everybody expected. Kyrie Irving is hurt. So what do the Cavaliers need to do here with this pick?
First, they need to get more versatile. They ended the season, obviously without Kyrie, without Love, with a team of specialists. You had Dellavedova give you defense. James Jones, Mike Miller give you spot-up shooting along with J.R. Smith. And Shumpert give you defense. They need guys that could do multiple things to complement LeBron James.
I think a guy like R.J. Hunter could be available here. He's a dead-eye shooter, considering J.R. Smith opted out. Obviously, Tyus Jones, you can get younger at that backup PG role. I know people love Delly and Cleveland, but
he's a third guard.
But yeah, exactly. Tyus Jones is that playmaker. He can do things off screen and rolls.
If you want a shooter, R.J. Hunter's the best shooter available right now. He's got a 6'11" wingspan. He's got ridiculous range. Like, he's a conscience-free shooter. But his range really extends out. Last year at the LeBron James Skills Academy, he shot it every time he touched it, but it was really kind of fun to watch. And he's a good passer. Like, he's an underrated passer, throws pocket passes. He's a good player.
That's what his dad taught him to do. He's a family friend. I've known him since he's a kid. He taught him to be a thumper, and that's what he is. And if he gets to play with LeBron James, how awesome would that be?
A lot of wide open shots.
Absolutely. I hope to see that for him.
R.J. Hunter knocked his dad off a chair in the NCAA tournament. Ron Hunter, head coach at Georgia State. We'll see if R.J. Hunter is picked by the Cavaliers, whose time is now drawing to a close. 24th overall pick. A lot of changes here coming for the Cavaliers. Do you expect to see Kevin Love back with Cleveland next year?
I do not. I think Kevin Love is going to find his way possibly back to the West Coast. I see a lot of teams talking about trying to get him in the Eastern Conference. If he leaves Cleveland, let me just say this. He's not staying in the East. He don't want to play against LeBron James and go back to Cleveland 4 times a year and mess around and have to face him in the playoffs.
Why would you say he's going to leave? Because you have the best chance of winning a championship right there in Cleveland, right?
Cleveland didn't win a championship this year.
I understand that, but they also didn't play with K-Love or Kyrie Irving.
I just think that when he got to Cleveland, his game was suppressed. What he brought to the team wasn't necessarily appreciated by the masses, and from public sentiment seemed like by his teammates, he almost seemed like an outcast. So I think he's going to find a situation where he could go in and put up big numbers. All right, so that is part of the type of thing that Cleveland's going to have to deal with during the offseason. Their immediate concern, who are they going to pick with their first-round selection? The pick is in. Let's go to the commissioner.
we have 2 trades to announce. The Atlanta Hawks trade the draft rights to Kelly Oubre Jr., the 15th pick in the draft, to the Washington Wizards for the rights to Jaren Grant, the 19th pick in the draft, and 2 future second-round picks. And the Atlanta Hawks trade the draft rights to Jaren Grant to the New York Knicks for the player contract of Tim Hardaway Jr. And with the 24th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Cleveland Cavaliers select Tyus Jones from Duke University.
Tyus Jones, the point guard on the national champions. He's having a draft party back home in Minneapolis, or the greater Apple Valley, Minnesota area, to celebrate his first-round selection.
Well, Tyus Jones is a leader, and he has been a winner his whole life. Won in USA basketball in high school, led Duke to the national championship last year, and really played his best in the biggest games. He's an excellent passer, about 6 assists per game. He has a 3-to-1 assist-turnover ratio. One of the best things about him, he makes big shots. He's excellent in pick-and-roll situations. He comes off, he shoots 52% in pick-and-roll situations, and he's an automatic free throw shooter. The only downside, he's small.
Reminds me a lot of Shabazz Napier, who also won an NCAA championship. Not going to necessarily wow you with his athleticism, but really smart players, really good leaders, play well in pick-and-roll situations.
And JB, you said it correctly. He shined at the biggest moments. He will need to do so for the Cleveland Cavaliers, because they will probably be in the finals again next year if they're healthy, and they're going to need big-time minutes from him at the backup PG spot.
And maybe even have a couple of Duke guys in the backcourt together, Tyus Jones and Kyrie Irving, next year. It's time for the future of the assist, brought to you by State Farm. And Tyus Jones was the most outstanding player in the national championship game against Wisconsin for the Duke Blue Devils. 23 points, led all scorers. He had a couple of huge threes late in the second half, and 19 of those 23 points came in the second half of that game, in that victory for Duke, as those 3 guys, Justice Winslow, Tyus Jones, Jahlil Okafor, all went to Duke. The idea, lead them to a national championship and get drafted in the first round. It's happened for all of them. Now, Tyus Jones is going to play with LeBron James. Tom Penn's with us now. How does this work for Cleveland, Tom?
Ooh, pressure-packed player. That's what they need in Cleveland, because, look, we know it always starts with this guy, LeBron James in the middle. Let's talk the unease here, not unease. We know he's coming back, right? But look at what else they got to deal with. And you go right to Kevin Love and Jalen Rose. I agree with you. Real threat, he goes west. Hello, Lakers. Hello, real plan, he goes here west. Now come over here. The other big who can back him up is Tristan Thompson. Or is Tristan Thompson better suited as a starter? Maybe yet another threat for Love. Then we come out. You got unsettled backcourt. All these guys are free agents. J.R. Smith, Dellavedova, Shumpert, and then for the first time we put a head coach here on the board, because already there's drama and trauma about whether he would play there or whether he'd coach or not based on his relationship with LeBron. So we don't know where this is headed. The big decisions are coming for Cleveland as they try to fine-tune and tweak to get over the hump where they can win another one for him.
All right, Tom. Tom brought it up. How do you see the relationship, David Blatt, long-term in Cleveland?
I don't see it long-term, because when you're holding the clipboard in a huddle and LeBron James, a basketball genius, is also looking at it, and he doesn't think that you're just as smart, just as accomplished, if not more, than he is, I don't think that works long-term.
I said it in the middle of the year. I thought David Blatt was gone regardless of whether they won the championship or not. I saw LeBron James talking more to Tyronn Lue than I saw him talking to his own head coach. And I think that's an issue when the best player in the world doesn't see eye to eye with your new coach. Who nobody thought Coach Black was going to coach a guy like LeBron had a chance to win a championship their first year. It was a rebuilding year.
So I did the comp, Tyus Jones and Shabazz Napier. What player last year did LeBron James say he preferred in the draft? Shabazz Napier. Who did they draft? Jones. LeBron James is slinging a sledgehammer in Cleveland, and rightfully so.
But Before we decide for sure whether Tyus Jones would fit well in Cleveland, Andy Katz is going to join us now. And Andy, what are you hearing about the potential for Tyus Jones staying in Cleveland or perhaps on the move somewhere else?
Well, there's a proposed trade that's been confirmed by Tyus Jones' representation. He is on the way to Minnesota. Cleveland made that selection for the Timberwolves. In return, they will get the 31st and 36th pick in the second round. So Tyus Jones to Minnesota as a potential backup or playing with Ricky Rubio. Cleveland will get Minnesota's 2 picks here in the second round, 31 and 36 confirmed by Tyus Jones' representation. Back to you.
All right, Andy, so the proposed trade there, it has to be approved by the NBA, but that would send Tyus Jones basically to his hometown team, playing for Minnesota as Cleveland makes that pick at number 24. So let's spin it that way now. You've seen Tyus Jones a lot. How do you think he fits in there and a chance to play at home now?
Better get a heated garage.
He should be used to it after growing up there. And that's where he is tonight, isn't it?
Ricky Rubio and Tyus Jones are almost the same player. I think Tyus Jones is the better shooter than Ricky Rubio.
And Rubio dealt with some injury concerns, so you want to get that extra ball handler in there also.
Okay, so Andy Cash just told us that Tyus Jones on his way to Minnesota. The Memphis Grizzlies have the next pick. They're on the clock, and the pick is in. Here's the commish.
With the 25th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Memphis Grizzlies select Jarrell Martin from Louisiana State University.
So Jarrell Martin is probably best known for between-the-legs dunk in a relatively close game against Florida this year, but he can do more than just show off in the open floor, James.
He averaged 17 points a game, and really Jarrell Martin can play all over the floor. He's a versatile offensive talent. He's got a good handle. He uses space very well. He's a gifted athlete, both with his vertical and his lateral quickness. The one thing I think he needs to improve upon is his defense, and his effort on defense has been inconsistent. That needs to improve, but he's gifted, and he's got a lot of ability. You know, he played with Jordan Mickey alongside. With those two guys, you wonder why they didn't win a little bit more, but I actually had Jordan Mickey rated right with Jarrell Martin. Both those guys really good players.
Size, explosiveness. You saw him finish with both hands. He has a real skill of scoring the basketball, getting the ball in the hoop. So because of that, I think he's going to have staying power. This is a really strong pick.
So the Grizzlies take
And
Jarrell.
they needed it. They need some offensive punch.
Jarrell Martin of LSU on his way to the Grizzlies. The Spurs are on the clock with the 26th.
Go, Spurs, go.
Win. That's all the San Antonio Spurs seem to do. They're on the clock with the 26th pick right now. For 16 consecutive seasons, they've won 50 games or more. Did not win a world championship this year. They lost in the Western Conference first round in 7 games to the Clippers. The big three starting to age a little bit. Duncan, Parker, Ginobili, but they do have 539 regular season wins together. That's second only to Bird, McHale, and Parrish. Kawhi Leonard was the NBA Defensive Player of the Year. This past years, he is starting to emerge as their star. And as mentioned, they lost in 7 games to the Clips in the first round. A rare early exit from the playoffs for the perennial champion Spurs. And they have their pick in right now at number 26 as we go to the stage. Commissioner Silver.
R.J. Hunter.
With the 26th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Nikola Milutinov from Novi Sad, Serbia. He last played for Partizan in Serbia.
And it's not surprising that the Spurs would go with an international pick. What do they have here, Fran?
I showed you some video of a tournament from 2 years ago when he played against 5 first-round picks for Team USA. 7 feet tall, 20 years old, and what a surprise. The San Antonio Spurs take another foreign guy. Remember, they got to clear the deck for some cap space for LaMarcus Aldridge. Now, when this young man was 12 years old, he wanted to be an Olympic swimmer. 2 bullies in his neighborhood pushed him off the side of the pool. He almost broke his jaw. The next week he was in a gym picking up a basketball. And there's two clowns running around Novi Sad, Serbia right now that don't realize they just made this kid a millionaire. Good long-term pick. Again, we'll see him in a couple of years playing in a good level at Partizan, the Boston Celtics of Serbia. So Spurs do it again. We'll see him down the road.
Hey, if that's all of the turbulence he's had to deal with.
Well, one thing you don't understand is Fran Fraschilla was there by the side of that pool scouting this kid. That's how dedicated he is.
So Fran says we're going to see Milutinov in a couple of years. How much longer do you anticipate that we'll see the big three in San Antonio, Jay Will?
Well, I mean, Ginobili is free agent. I think he's going to stay, though. I mean, Tim Duncan's getting older. I think Tim Duncan keeps playing. It seems like he keeps getting younger. I mean, he just finds ways to score, but the run is going to stop eventually. I don't know if it's another 2-3 years, maybe.
I think this will be Manu's final season based on what I saw from him in the diminishing returns, but still productive. I think Tim will play a couple of more years, and you can't argue with the international Spurs. That's what they have been over the last handful of years. Players from different countries become a melting pot, and once you get under Coach Pop, they find a way to have success.
I mean, they took Ginobili at 57th, Parker at 28th, Splitter at 28th, Kawhi Leonard at 15th. They know what they're doing.
Yes, they do.
You see all of these teams with multiple lottery picks. The Spurs only have one, Tim Duncan.
And they tend to make the most of the picks they have, picking up Ginobili in the second round. We'll write down the second pick of the first round for the Los Angeles Lakers. We await. They're on the clock right now with the second overall pick. They shook things up just a little bit by taking D'Angelo Russell from Ohio State and leaving Jahlil Okafor on the board. Byron Scott with Ramona Shelburne.
Well, Byron Scott, you were not making this pick. Mitch Kupchak was, but how are you feeling about D'Angelo Russell as your new point guard?
Very excited. D'Angelo to us was the best player available at that time, and really loved his workouts when we had him here, and just has a lot of confidence in what he can do on the basketball court, and we think he's a few years ahead of his time right now, so we're very excited about him coming to L.A.
You hit on a point guard last year, Jordan Clarkson. Can they play together?
Well, I think without a doubt. I mean, they're both guards, and I think both guys can run the offense. Both guys are very good facilitators. I think Russell's probably a little bit better right now, but I think both of these guys in the backcourt right now would be pretty exciting for L.A.
You were here for his workout. What did you see?
I saw a guy that really had a lot of command of what he was doing out there on the floor. He showed extremely a mature type of basketball game and really understood how to get guys where they needed to be. So even in 3-on-3, you could see that this guy understood the game of basketball. So his basketball IQ is very high.
Think Kobe Bryant will like him?
I think Kobe will love him.
Thanks, Byron. Back to you.
I think that's a pretty good bet, too, that Kobe Bryant's going to like seeing a guy like D'Angelo Russell come in and join this Laker team as they try to turn it around after winning just 21 games last year.
Free agency is now going to be the key for the Lakers. If they can land a Kevin Love, if they can land a LaMarcus Aldridge, if they can trade for a DeMarcus Cousins, that puts you somewhat in play in the Western Conference. Again, it's going to take 50 wins to get an 8th seed in the West. OKC was outside the playoff picture, and they have a really good roster.
Kobe Bryant's making $25 million next year, last year deal. He's not going anywhere for a while, though. Trust him to believe that.
All right, so the Lakers are on the clock. They've got about a minute left to make their pick. Tom Penn is with us again. What's next for L.A.?
Well, they're going to take two picks, 27 and 34, but really that's not what next for the Lakers. It's what is going to work for the rest of Kobe's career, and we know who they brought in here, right? They got Russell, and we heard Coach talk about him, but really the spotlight now is right where Jalen just talked about it. The $23 million in cap space, and here they are. Take your pick. Which big might buy the sales pitch? I don't think it's Marc Gasol. Boy, it sure could be LaMarcus, although we think he might be going back to his home of Texas. But he could fit right there and fall for that sales pitch. We already talked about Kevin Love, how you like him there. You like Kevin Love in that? He may go back to UCLA, where he went to college. And then DeAndre Jordan. Would this guy just switch locker rooms right in the building? Those are the picks. That's what really matters in L.A. They have not hit a home run in free agency these last few years, and historically they always do. So the spotlight is on what happens with that $23 million in cap room. Can they get a stud in the middle to go with these guards on the perimeter?
You know they want to get after LaMarcus Aldridge if they can, but Tom rightly pointed out, and that could impact the Spurs' thinking with them taking Milutinov if they could land LaMarcus Aldridge. Here's Adam Silver with the Lakers pick.
With the 27th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Larry Nance Jr. from the University of Wyoming.
And what a story it is for Larry Nance Jr. to be drafted. This young man has dealt with Crohn's disease. At one point, he had a driver's license that listed him at 6 feet, 130 pounds. But he's overcome that once they treated it. He's grown, and he's grown as a player.
He played mostly in the post, but he's got the ability, I think, to step out. He's a versatile player that's productive in just about every area. Knows how to play. I mean, obviously his dad, Larry Nance Sr., played, 16 years in the NBA. And he's got ability. A little bit surprised. I thought I projected more as a second-round pick, but a really, really good athlete. He's got a 7'1" wingspan, and he did very well at Wyoming.
Well, he's got a long way to go before he's the same dunker as his old man was. Larry Nance Sr. won the 1984 Slam Dunk Contest, first one since 1976, and he got past the 76er, Dr. J. Defeated the former champion in the dunk contest, has grown into one of the great events over All-Star Weekend. So now this is what the Lakers have done with their 2 first-round picks. D'Angelo Russell, who many of us have believed was the best all-around player in the draft. Jay has said that several times, and now Larry Nance may be a little bit more of a reach.
I like seeing multiple father-son combinations happening currently in the NBA. That used to be something that was tough to overcome. Your father was a player. How can you match what he was able to accomplish? I saw it in the finals with Steph, saw it with Clay. You see it today with the Grant family. You see it with the Nance family. That's an awesome feeling.
I like Nance. I think Nance provides him with some versatility, and he's different than Julius Randle, who wants to be a bruiser. He actually can knock down the mid-range jumper or the 3 being used in the pick and pop, but everything comes down to free agency for the Lakers.
Right at the top of the first round with the 2nd and 3rd picks, the Lakers pick, and then the 76ers pick. Now the Lakers pick 27, and the Celtics are on the clock right after them. Some old East-West rivalries from back in the day. Now the Celtics have this pick, 28 overall, because of the Doc Rivers move from Boston to being the head coach of the Clippers. The Celtics got this first-round pick, and they will have pick here in the draft, their 2nd of the first round after taking Terry Rozier at number 16, the guard out of Louisville. So Boston has several picks. Talk about how they have picks stockpiled over the next few years. What do you anticipate seeing them do here?
I know one thing, the 28th pick for Doc Rivers, that's a win for the Los Angeles Clippers, while they haven't gotten out of the 2nd round. And also the Celtics, you mentioned, are stockpiling picks. Eventually they have to turn into basketball players. So hopefully for Brad Stevens, who's done a really good job with that team, he could get some productive players with those picks.
I like Rakeem Christmas. I mean, I think Rakeem Christmas really showed out in the NBA Draft Combine. He showed versatility. He can knock down the 3 and give them points down low on the block as well. R.J. Hunter still on the board, obviously, as well.
You know, if you're going best available, R.J. Hunter had projected, the 19 range, 20 range. The best shooter, perhaps, left in the draft. 6'11" wingspan, got ridiculous range. Montrezl Harrell of Louisville, a guy who plays incredibly hard. And Kevon Looney, I had about 26, 27 or so. And a lot of people said he was going to drop because of a hip issue that has been running through the NBA. People talking about it. Who knows whether that's for real or not. Jordan Mickey of LSU is a guy that I really like. He reminds me a lot of Taj Gibson. Long arm, rebounder, can block shots. Averaged over 15 points a game. He's a 15, 10, 2.5 block guy. There are only a couple of those in this draft. Then Cliff Alexander, coming out of high school, is one of the top high school players in the country. Went to Kansas, didn't play as much as people expected, didn't perform at the level he expected. And coming into this draft still has, I think, a good bit of value. Another long-arm guy that's very strong, not polished offensively, but is a good finisher inside.
Too early for Connaughton?
No, I mean,
a popular pick for Pat Connaughton from Notre Dame, but
he can really shoot it. I mean, he can really. You saw what he did at the combine athletically. If you need somebody to throw a fastball, he throws it 95 miles an hour. You know who wants him to go as low as they can is the Orioles. The Orioles really want him. They're willing to pay him to stay away from basketball, but Connaughton wants to play basketball.
So the Celtics on the clock have about a half-minute left here. As far as the Celtics plan, how do you feel like they're doing in terms of, they made the playoffs this year under Brad Stevens. We talked about some of the guys they have with Marcus Smart. How do you feel about the course they're taking right now?
I like what, I mean, obviously Danny Ainge has proven that he knows what he's doing with the basketball team, and I think they're stockpiling. I think you're going to see the Celtics try to make a ton of moves with a ton of trades.
When you watch an NBA team play, you have to distinguish who their best player is. I think they have a lot of good pieces. They haven't established their go-to guy just yet. You're going to need that. Remember, they made the playoffs. They were not a 500 team. Exactly. So the Eastern Conference played a factor in that as well.
So 3 more picks remaining here in the first round. Celtics, Nets, and Warriors. The world champions will make them. Clock hits 0 now on Boston's time, so we will have the pick for the Celtics in momentarily.
How funny would it be if R.J. Hunter falls all the way down to Golden State? Just add another shooter to Golden State.
Not far away from that now.
No, it's not.
At this point, if you have to go to the Celtics or the Nets, it's all about fit. You would much rather go to the Golden State Warriors.
Exactly right.
All right, so the pick is now in for the Boston Celtics, 28th overall. We will go to the commissioner momentarily for the announcement of who Boston will take with its second pick in the first round tonight. Celtics with a number of picks coming in the second round. The 76ers also have some work to do in the second round. We anticipate a lot of trades coming. The Celtics right now, who took Terry Rozier from Louisville earlier. Let's see who they pick with the 28th selection overall.
With the 28th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select R.J. Hunter from Georgia State University.
So the long-range shooter R.J. Hunter becomes the first player from Georgia State to play in the NBA once he makes it there. A couple have been drafted but didn't play in games.
Well, he goes to bed and wakes up thinking about shooting. And he comes off screens looking to shoot anytime he catches it. And from wherever he catches it, that thing is subject to going up. He has got ridiculous deep range. You know, as soon as he crosses half court, literally that thing can be put up. Now, he didn't shoot a very good percentage this season. He was just over 30% from free, but he's a way better shooter than that, and crazy length with a high release.
Reminds me a lot of Kevin Martin. You said somebody that's looking to score. Kevin Martin averaged over 20 points before in this league. Already, before he gets off the plane, R.J. Hunter is the best shooter on the Boston Celtics. They needed three-point shooting. He's going to provide it. And also, at 6'6", don't underestimate his size as well. He's going to grow into his body.
His range is as soon as he walks in the building. That's exactly where his range is at. And with a guard like Isaiah Thomas, that causes a lot of double teams, his penetration, with guys like Marcus Smart, strong, get into the lane. He's gonna be huge for the Celtics shooting-wise.
And a good passer, too. He can pass the little pocket passes off a pick and roll. He can pass.
Really versatile. You see him out there at 6'6", basically playing 3 positions.
So you got a lot of guards in Boston now. They've selected 2 tonight, and now the homestanding Brooklyn Nets are on the clock with the penultimate pick of the first round. What will the Nets do with their first round selection?
The Celtics will be a 6'7" and under team.
You're watching the 2015 NBA Draft, presented by State Farm.
NBA Draft 2015 continues. Brooklyn Nets on the clock, and the reason they're picking here instead of in the 15th spot where Atlanta selected earlier is because of the Hawks-Nets deal, which netted Brooklyn Joe Johnson. You see what the Hawks got in return. Now Brooklyn is on the clock with a 29th overall pick, and not too far away from our position here in the Barclays Center is the Nets draft room as head coach Lionel Hollins, general manager Billy King, getting together with their entire staff to figure out which direction they will go with this pick. Brooklyn finished 6 games under 500. They did make the playoffs. They did lose in the first round, pushing Atlanta to 7 games in the process. And this loyal group of fans, they've waited more than 3 hours to start that "Let's go Nets, let's go Nets" chant. And now let's see if they are happy with what Silver has to say.
With the 29th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Chris McCullough from Syracuse University.
And that is greeted with cheers as you see Chris McCullough, who is in the stands, not among those invited to the green room, but a talented forward from Syracuse who suffered an injury about halfway through the season that curtailed his development and productivity.
Yeah, he played about 16 games and really got off to a great start against some of the lesser teams that Syracuse played. But he is active, bouncy, 7'3" wingspan, so he's got length and he's got a lot of ability. So bouncing back from that injury, he only took 1-3 last year, but he's got a good mid-range profile. Like he can play from mid-range and gets into the lane. I like his ability level. So he's got a lot of potential going forward. And to be able to get a guy with some upside at this position is really good. He missed so much of the season. It was hard to watch him and get a good idea about him, but he got off to a great start, I'll tell you that.
You see the footwork right there, great touch around the rim. I like his pick for Brooklyn. Thaddeus Young, unrestricted free agent. Brook Lopez opting out. They need some size down low, and they get a little bit younger.
Yeah, they definitely needed to get some athleticism, and this could become a story of perseverance. Jay, you talked about how he bounced back from injury. I like the fact that he still showed up at the draft, shook the commissioner's hand, show a sense of pride when he gets to the league that he can put in work.
Yeah, I got a stat for you, though. How about the two of their top players, Joe Johnson and Darren Williams, will combine for $46 million next year. That's currently more than the entire payroll of 6 playoff teams.
Only in America. You never get what you deserve, only what you have the leverage to negotiate.
Amen. And everybody's going to get paid after next season when that cap's going to skyrocket.
And Brooklyn will still be over the cap.
Chris McCullough is with Shannon.
Work on your game.
That's right. Here in Brooklyn, they were waiting with the hats as soon as he walked down and came down to the stage. What do you think about playing here in Brooklyn?
Oh, man, I love it. It's a great opportunity for me to showcase what I could do. I'm from the Bronx, so it's a hometown thing, so I'm just looking for the opportunity.
I know you guys, you're rehabbing from the ACL injury. What can you tell us about that process right now?
It's coming along pretty good. I just started running a couple of weeks ago. I did a lot of leg press, and my legs getting stronger, and I'm starting running. I'm starting to jump and feel good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Reese?
All right, Shannon, so we are now down to the final pick of the first round, and it belongs to the world champion Golden State Warriors. Words that haven't been uttered since the days of Rick Barry. 40 years between drinks for Golden State, and there's a lot of splashing going on as Golden State and Steph Curry ran to the title against the Cavs.
Welcome to the 2015 NBA Finals. Irving falls down, and Kyrie Irving is hurt. The two MVPs going back and forth, staggering numbers for LeBron James. Stephen Curry with some magic. Steve Kerr changing things up. Iguodala fakes, drives, and finishes. And the dream season is now complete. The Golden State Warriors are the 2015 NBA champions.
And the champs were built largely through the draft. You heard at the beginning of the festivities tonight, Adam Silver alluding to when Steph Curry was picked 7th overall in 2009. Klay Thompson, the 11th overall pick in 2011. Harrison Barnes, 7th overall in 2012. Festus Ezeli was the final pick of the first round. And then Draymond Green, 35th overall, coming in 2012. All of those guys played prominent roles in Golden State's run to the World Championship victory against Cleveland in the NBA Finals. So now, Golden State, Andrew Bogut didn't play a lot late. It looks as if they're going to try to accommodate David Lee and move him on to a more prominent role. So what does Golden State need to do here?
Draymond Green did a really good job guarding 4s and 5s, but he's 6'7". You talked about Andrew Bogut. How about an athletic post player? Somebody that could probably get you some points on the post, but taller than Draymond Green.
A guy like maybe like Kevon Looney.
Boom.
Kevon Looney has that versatility. He has that skill set. He's young. He's a guy that can grow up within a team like that, Jay.
And he's long. I mean, he can block shots. He's an excellent offensive rebounder. And Kevon Looney was a guy that was projected to be a mid-first round pick. And I don't know exactly why he dropped down. People have been talking about this hip thing. And I had him projected more in the 25, 27 range, something like that. But that would be a good pick here.
Kevon Looney, he was in the green room, wasn't he?
He was supposed to be.
He's supposed to be.
Yeah, no, he was. He was up on the stage.
He's been here.
He still is, so maybe this will be the moment that he's waited the entire first round for. Still over a minute left, but the pick is in. Golden State made its selection quickly, and now Adam Silver will have the final pick of the first round.
With the 30th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Kevon Looney from UCLA.
Been a long wait for Kevon. He averaged 11.5 points, 9 rebounds per game in his only season at UCLA. He's second in the Pac-12 in rebounding, so Golden State gets a little bit of size, and apparently at this point in the draft, not scared off by the potential medical red flag we've heard a lot about.
You know, if I'm Kevon Looney, I'm going to a team where I'm sitting there looking at a guy like a Draymond Green and said, exactly right. He was drafted second round, or like for a guy like him, late first round, but that guy's going to get over $10 million this year on Draymond Green. He has the same potential.
Kevon Looney getting his moment with the NBA commissioner, and that is the final pick of the first round as Looney is going to the world champion Golden State Warriors.
That concludes the first round of the NBA Draft. Thank you again to the Nets and the wonderful fans here at the Barclays Arena. Before we move on to the second round, I'd like to recognize the league's president of basketball operations, Rod Thorne, who will be stepping down in August after devoting more than 50 years of his life to the game of basketball. Rod has achieved success at every level. He was an All-American at West Virginia University and the second pick in the 1963 NBA Draft. He was a coach in the ABA and NBA and a valued league and team executive. As general manager of the Bulls, Rod famously selected Michael Jordan as the third pick in the 1984 NBA Draft. Before moving on to the 76ers, he was the NBA Executive of the Year, winning honors for taking the Nets to 2 consecutive NBA Finals. 2 of the greatest players ever wanted to acknowledge Rod.
Hey, this is Jerry West. You've been one of my great heroes. I was sorry I didn't get a chance to play with you in college and also in the professional ranks. I will love that. I cherish the days that we spent together on the road looking for future NBA players. The service you have provided to this league is second to none.
Rod Thorne, the man that discovered Michael Jordan. What a great privilege, man. I'm very happy for you. Over the years, it's been an honor to know you. You brought me into the city of Chicago. Your dedication to the game of basketball as a player, definitely as a general manager in the league office, it's been unparalleled. Congratulations.
An NBA institution for nearly half a century. Ladies and gentlemen, Rod Thorne.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
I want to say thank everybody and then we'll move on.
I would just like to say thank everybody. It's been a great run for all of these over 50 years. It's been a life's work, but a fun life work. So thank everybody, and congratulations to all you draftees tonight, and congratulations to all the teams. Good luck.
Hey, Rod, do the honors for me.
The second round of the 2015 NBA Draft will be conducted by Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. The Minnesota Timberwolves have 2 minutes to make their selection. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
2 minutes on the clock for the Timberwolves. Let's go back to the final pick of the first round, Kevon Looney going to the Warriors.
Well, Kevon Looney is a long-arm rebounder and shot blocker. He averaged over 4 offensive rebounds per 40 minutes. Yeah, he can make an open three-point shot, but his value really is as a rim protector, rebounder, interior defender. Yeah, he can stretch you a little bit. He's not a great shooter, but he knocked down a number of threes. It takes him a little while to squeeze it off. But I think the only issue is he's not a great athlete and somewhat of a limited finisher. He shot only 52% in the paint, 42% against BCS conference teams, but he has certainly got some potential with that length.
He reminds me of a former Syracuse player as well, Hakeem Ward. The activity, the defense, as you mentioned, he's not really a shooter. You're not looking for him to be creative down on the block, not a knockdown 3 shooter. But the energy, the activity, that's what you want when you're playing for the world champion. You don't need him to come in and try to give you offense at this point.
So the first round has been completed. 9 players taken in the first round, played in the final 4 this past year. That is a record, breaking the old mark of 8. And we're on to the second round where the Timberwolves, who picked first, took Karl Anthony Towns, are on the clock. Brooklyn in second round coverage of the 2015 NBA Draft presented by State Farm. Minnesota Timberwolves are on the clock. The first pick of the second round. They took Karl Anthony Towns to start the festivities tonight. And the pick is in. 31st overall, Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum will handle all of the picks here in the second round. And he'll start with the Timberwolves, who have Karl Anthony Towns, and they believe Tyus Jones in a trade as well. Here's Mark Tatum.
Hello, Brooklyn, and welcome to the second round. With the 31st pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Seti Osman from Ohrid, Macedonia. He last played for Efes in Turkey.
And Osman was a member of the Turkish All-Star team. And that pick, we believe, could be on its way to Cleveland, and the Houston Rockets are now on the clock. But as it stands, Fran, when you look at Cedi Osman, what exactly do you see in him?
Well, first of all, going 31st, Reese, this is the coveted lottery pick of the second round for international guys. This is where Nick Pekovic went a few years ago for Minnesota. Cedi is a guy who does a lot of things well for a wing player. Only 20 years old. Look at that baby face. He's already played on the Turkish national team, and he's playing at a high level in Turkey. He's a very good transition player, handles the ball well, not like a point guard, but certainly a wing guy that can get out and run and make plays. If he improves his outside shooting, and as he physically matures, in time, he's got a chance to really be a solid NBA player. He's heading to Cleveland, so Cleveland now will have his rights, and he'll be percolating in the Euro League for the next couple years. By the way, he wants to come over right away. That may not be realistic.
All right, friends, so here is the trade, which is not yet finalized. It would send Cedi Osman 31st overall and the second round pick 36th overall in exchange for Tyus Jones, who would stay in his home state, the Duke star, 24th overall pick. Apparently headed to Minnesota to start his NBA career. And the Timberwolves, as we mentioned earlier in the draft, now, assuming that no other moves are made, you know, a couple of them won't be, certainly with Karl Anthony Towns and Andrew Wiggins. We factor Anthony Bennett into the equation, and they are the first team in NBA history to have 3 consecutive #1 overall picks on their roster at the same time. Obviously, I'd like to have a little bit more from Bennett, who was the first pick by the Cavaliers, as was Wiggins last year, and both of them moved to Minnesota in the Kevin Love deal after LeBron James decided to go back to Cleveland. So Minnesota, when you factor in these guys and you factor in Tyus Jones going there too, building a pretty good foundation.
I like the Tyus Jones trade because Ricky Rubio has been injury prone. He's coming off ankle surgery, and who knows about his durability. And Tyus Jones is almost the same player as Ricky Rubio, but can shoot the ball better.
And also, he's going to be a guy that throws the ball at the post to Karl Anthony Towns. Exactly. That's what they really want him to do. And I was just thinking, Fran is really good at his job. Has a lot of stamps in his passport, travels all over the country scouting these players. He be talking about each of them like they're going to come in the league and ball. That's all I got to say, Fran.
I'm going to tell you, you know what Jalen Rose's theme of this draft is? America. Patriotic you are.
I love the Orlando Magic's draft pick. I really do.
I'm kidding. The Rockets have their pick in there. Here's Mark Tatum.
With the 32nd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Montrezl Harrell from the University of Louisville.
And Montrez finished with more than 1,200 points and over 770 rebounds in his career, playing for Rick Pitino.
Well, Montrezl Harrell is explosive. He's an excellent finisher, tries to dunk everything around the basket, another guy that just plays so hard. He can run the floor. One of the things, his range really improved this last year. He could face up. Now he's hitting the college three. So he's become much more of a threat away from the basket. One of the things, he's not that tall, but he's long-armed. He needs to be a better rebounder. He's been compared a little bit to Kenneth Faried, but he's not as good of a rebounder as Faried.
He's a will player, and that's where he's going to make his bones. J.J. Hickson is the guy he reminds me a lot of. I like his attitude. I like that he plays with anger, plays with passion. That's what you need when you're playing against adults. You get paid millions of dollars to play basketball.
With a guy like Montrezl Harrell, the Houston Rockets should get every rebound possible. Between him, Terrence Jones, and Dwight Howard, they should dominate the glass. Dominate the glass.
Here's what the Rockets have done tonight. They picked Sam Decker from Wisconsin and then followed it up with Montrezl Harrell from Louisville, and now the Boston Celtics are on the clock. Celtics have picked a couple of guards tonight, taking Terry Rozier, Harrell's teammate, and R.J. Hunter. Will they go big with the 33rd overall pick? Second round continues for the NBA draft. Celtics pick is in, third of the night. Here's Mark Tatum, the deputy commissioner.
With the 33rd pick in the 2015 NBA draft, the Boston Celtics select Jordan Mickey from Louisiana State University.
Well, Jordan Mickey has made his way to Brooklyn, sitting amongst the crowd and getting a Boston Celtics hat to put on. The Celtics do go big this time for the guy who led the nation in block shots.
Well, Jordan Mickey is one of only two players in this draft to average over 15 points, over 10 rebounds, and over 2.5 blocks. The other is Christian Wood from UNLV. He's athletic, he is long, he really goes after rebounds with both hands, and he can block shots, and he's got a very good mid-range jumper. So from 17 feet and in, he does a really good job. He reminds me a lot of Taj Gibson. When I saw him this last summer at the LeBron James Skills Academy, which was really the first time I had been around him in person for any length of time, he really impressed. I actually thought he performed much better than Jarrell Martin did there. And outside of Sam Decker was the guy that impressed me the most in that setting. I think he's got a real chance to be a very productive player in a bunch of different areas in the NBA. I think this is a very good value pick for the Celtics.
Zeller, Olynyk, they're definitely serviceable. We saw that in the playoffs. But this young man gives you a back-to-the-basket player that can score down low on the block.
And also explosion. And also Jared Sullinger they use up front as well.
Exactly.
All right, so the Celtics just make the pick of Jordan Mickey. The Lakers are back on the clock now with their third pick of the night. They took D'Angelo Russell with the second overall pick, and then a bit of a surprise late in the first round, taking Larry Nance Jr. from Wyoming. So let's see what the Lakers now do with the 34th overall pick. Here's Mark Tatum once again.
With the 34th pick in the 2015 NBA draft, the Los Angeles Lakers select Anthony Brown from Stanford University.
So Anthony Brown, he missed a season earlier in his career with a hip issue, but he came back strong as a good shooter.
Got great length, and he can really shoot it. He can shoot it pulling up. He comes off screens. He's got a high release. Difficult to bother that shot. Made 79 83s this last year. The last season before, he was the most improved player in the Pac-12. With that length, he can be a good defensive player, but really he's a specialist that has a terrific stroke and NBA range, can pull up. Anthony Brown can really shoot it.
If you're talking about the players in this draft, D'Angelo Russell has to be like, okay, I got some power forwards I can work off of. Some guys I can be involved in pick and pop. They can knock down that mid-range or that three-point shot.
And the Lakers need three-point shooting. And when you're a player that has a specialty the way he does, it's almost better to get drafted in the second round versus late in the first round, because you get in the league, you knock down a few shots, you can get paid faster.
That's because of the guaranteed contract.
Exactly.
The first-round picks being a little bit longer than those of the second-round pick, which aren't guaranteed, so they can get out there and make their money and buy their mom's houses.
Absolutely.
Jay Rose, just thinking about making that money.
Yes, indeed. Make the roll go round. Cash accepted everywhere.
The 76ers are on the clock in the second round. They had Jahlil Okafor with the third overall pick. I think the Philadelphia Daily News is pretty happy about this. Rather provocative, one might say, as Okafor is headed to Philadelphia, which has been a straight mess, it seemed, in terms of personnel moves, planning for the not-too-near future. Tom Penn, what about now that Okafor's there and what the Sixers need to do with their overall plan to build?
Finally, a man in the middle. There he is, Okafor. Yeah, it's going to get a little crowded. Embiid belongs over here. Really, Nerlens Noel, he belongs over here. But let's focus on the good. Let's focus on what Okafor can do. And when we go to the tape, let's have a little fun. Let's talk about great post play. And you start with what else? The dream shake. And look at this. This kid already at 19 has the dream shake. He can do that. Big men, how about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? All-time leading scorer. Well, he could pass as well. Okafor's hands, as we know, are giant. He plays in the Grapefruit League, throws that thing around. He can really pass. And if we're talking fundamentals, the big fundamental, and you'll see the similarity. Already he has this in his repertoire as well. It doesn't matter who you put up as a fundamental big man, this kid's already got it. So finally in Philly, something substantial to build around in the middle. This guy is that great.
And Tom, Philadelphia's been trying. They have Nerlens Noel, who finished well last season, with Joel Embiid with the foot issue, and then the reports have been that he's had a setback in that regard. So the Philadelphia now has its second-round pick in. Here is Mark Tatum with that.
With the 35th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Guillermo Hernan Gomez from Madrid, Spain. He last played for Sevilla in Spain.
Guillermo Hernan Gomez, Billy, he goes by. Hernan Gomez, picked by the 76ers out of Spain. Sam Hinkie, they want him to trust the process, and he selects Billy Hernan Gomez. Fran, please, what do you got with Hernan Gomez?
Here we go. Here we go. Now, he wasn't even the best guy on his team because he played with Porzingis, but he had some really good games. In fact, he might not be the best player in his family because his mom played on the Spanish Olympic team in 1992. But look at the size, 6'11". We're going back to his days with the Spanish national team, the under-20 team, to get a chance to see his size, the agility around the basket. Not a terrific athlete, but you just like the idea that he knows how to play, plays hard, competes, and in the ACB this year, he put up some very, very good games, including against the best teams on the schedule. At his size and his age, with all the big guys that Sam Hinkie is accumulating, he'll be another guy that we'll see in a couple of years.
All right, so the 76ers take a big guy for the future. Not surprised.
You got to think they have to start getting some guards in free agency, considering Ish Smith was their starting point guard. Tony Rowe come off the bench.
Perhaps so. The Timberwolves back on the clock, and their pick is in here.
With the 36th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Rakeem Christmas from Syracuse University.
Rakeem Christmas, the senior from Syracuse, 23 years old, really helped himself at the Combine. And on a night when 13 freshmen selected in the first round, a new record, we have a senior going here in the second round who could really help. He's going to wind up in Cleveland.
Yeah, and it's a senior that has gotten better every year that he's been in college. And if you had said in his first couple years that he would wind up being as good as he was offensively, I'm not sure people would have believed it. He just kept plugging, and what a great kid that has done a remarkable job. 6'9.5". He's got a huge wingspan at 7'5", a terrific shot blocker, a very good rebounder, but his offensive game has really come along. He's a good low-post scorer that has made himself into a really good offensive basketball player. He's going to step into the NBA, and he's going to be able to play.
He's
not sure about that vest there, but still.
He's not Kevin Love, but if Kevin Love does decide to leave, I think he's a guy who can throw the ball down too low in the post, get you some points. point.
Cavs definitely protecting themselves up front here. They have Mozgov, Love, Tristan Thompson, Berajal, all in play and or under contract. We'll see if he can make the team.
All right, now here, as a reminder, here is the trade that has not been finalized or approved by the league at this point, is the one that will send Duke's Tyus Jones to Minnesota. He was selected by the Cavaliers, and the 2 second-round picks will wind up in Cleveland. Philadelphia back on the clock. You're going to hear that a whole lot in the second round. We'll give you the Sixers' latest pick.
That might draft me.
While we were in break, the 76ers made a pick. Here's what Mark Tatum announced.
With the 37th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Richaun Holmes from Bowling Green State University.
Another front court guy who was the MAC Defensive Player of the Year, holds the school record with more than 240 blocks.
Yeah, a little bit like Rakeem Christmas, who just went before him. Guy who can block shots, he can step away and knock down a perimeter jumper, but 75% of his offense is around the rim. Good athlete, good rebounder, but he's a shot blocker, and that's really his value. I think he's got a chance to be a good player, but he's only 6'9", wingspan about 7'1". He's not as freaky long as Rakeem Christmas is.
You know what fascinates me about the Sixers? I was watching this year's playoffs. And by the way, Nick Vucevic is doing really good in Orlando. Iguodala, Finals MVP. Okay, Drew Holiday, Thad Young, Lou Williams, Michael Carter-Williams, all former Sixers recently.
And there you see the guys that the Sixers have picked up tonight with their 3 picks. The Detroit Pistons have just made a selection in the second round. The pick is in. Let's go to Mark Tatum.
With the 38th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Detroit Pistons select Darren Hilliard from Villanova University.
Darren Hilliard, an outstanding offensive player for very good teams Jay Wright had for Villanova this year.
You know, lefty, good shooter, didn't shoot it particularly well in their NCAA tournament loss, but another guy with long arms and a high release. You know, 6'9" wingspan. You know, he wasn't asked to do too much at Villanova because they utilized a whole bunch of different guys, but when he is left open, he's got a nice stroke and he knocks shots down. Good player.
I like it for Detroit. Potentially playoff guys like Brandon Jennings. They decide to keep him around, or Reggie Jackson has to make the team first, though.
Darren Hilliard, the 38th overall pick. The Charlotte Hornets are on the clock to see if they're going to draft. Go with Frank Kaminsky, as they took in the first round, second round. Continue.
About another power forward.
Picks starting to come fast and furious in the second round. We'll catch you up momentarily. Want to see all these draft picks play? You get a chance to do so. The NBA Summer League, July 4th through the 20th. Join the conversation. Hashtag NBA Summer. Watch NBA TV for all the action. They'll do it for 17 days, and all culminates with the Samsung NBA Summer League in Las Vegas. Get you caught up on those picks now. Rakeem Christmas going to Minnesota, picked by Minnesota. He's going to wind up in Cleveland as part of that Tyus Jones trade. Juan Valle from Argentina goes to Charlotte, and Josh Richardson of Tennessee selected by Miami.
Well, Josh Richardson is an athlete, another guy with a long wingspan, a wing defender, and a guy who I think can really run the floor. He's got terrific speed, not great with his ball skills. That's one area he's got to improve, but he has improved his shooting. He came into Tennessee, did not shoot the ball well at all, but has improved his ability to make shots. He is certainly not a great shooter. He's got a little bit of an odd release, but his value is as an athlete and as a defender.
The associate head coach for Tennessee was actually my JV coach in high school. And he always raves about that young man's effort. Really thinks he has a chance to have some staying power.
He can put up points in a hurry, and once again, you see Miami stockpiling at that small forward, that shooting guard position.
And yeah, I played JV. Big shout, Tone Jones.
Justice Winslow and Josh Richardson, the pick for the Heat. Now the Brooklyn Nets in front of their home crowd on the clock. And the next pick is in. Mark Tatum to Deputy Commissioner.
With the 41st pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Brooklyn Nets select Pat Connaughton from the University of Notre Dame.
So the Nets take the Notre Dame star, fastball in the 90s, vertical in the 40s, and guts off the charts. 2014 Major League Baseball draft, Connaughton, a fourth-round selection by the O's. They let him go back to Notre Dame for his senior season. He was going to do that anyway. And as a basketball player, he was a leader along with Jared Grant for Notre Dame this year. Made big shot after big shot. Could also do work inside, both on the boards and offensively.
And he's tough. He's always guarding guys that are a lot bigger than him and going nose to nose. And he's one of those guys that is a terrific shooter. He can really stretch a defense, gets the shot off quickly, and he is a two-handed rebounder. I mean, he goes after every rebound with both hands and rebounds at a really high rate. You know, he's only 6'5", but he's got, you know, the wingspan of a guy 6'8", and tested off the charts at the combine. I mean, I think most of us had no idea he was that good of an athlete and could jump like that. He probably thought he could, but I didn't.
He will make the team for the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah.
He will make the team for the Brooklyn Nets. They need shooting. They need toughness on the perimeter. And Darren Williams and Joe Johnson can really benefit of having a guy on a court like this.
And the first pick for the company softball team, too.
No, hey, are you trying to tell Pat that you didn't know he was a great athlete? He'll say, did you not see me get all those rebounds against Kentucky?
But I didn't see him be. He's a ridiculous athlete. You know, he really didn't show that to that level. He knew he's a good athlete. I mean, he's got a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, but he's ridiculous.
And he can really defend. He will follow the scouting report and really work you defensively.
All right, so Pat Connaughton now has a decision to make, baseball or basketball, prefers basketball. The Jazz with a pick in the second round. Here's the announcement. We think Mark Tatum might have been delayed by, I don't know, perhaps some trade news or something, but we'll get the announcement on the Jazz pick, which is in, by the way, and he'll have the announcement in just a second. So,
first time you've been faked out in this draft, by the way.
I left my feet.
Head fake, and Reese Davis just flies out of his seat.
Just lift an eyebrow and off I go, right?
So with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball, there's no salary cap in baseball.
See, now they're trying to tell me now he's ready, so this time I'm not going to be fooled twice. I turn around and look, he's not back there. I'm not throwing it to him again. Mark, you start walking, then I'll let you have it. Okay, here he is.
I said Tennessee when I'm in Auburn. It's all good.
We have another trade to announce. The Cleveland Cavaliers trade the rights to Tyus Jones, the 24th pick in the draft, to the Minnesota Timberwolves for the rights to Cedi Osman, the 31st pick in the draft, Rakeem Christmas, the 36th pick in the draft, and a future second-round pick. And with the 42nd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Utah Jazz select Olivier Hanlon from Aylmer, Canada, and Boston College.
So Olivier Hanlon will join Gordon Hayward and company. Derek Favors and the Jazz. Olivier Hanlon led the ACC in scoring. He can't be an explosive guy who can go up and pick him.
Yeah, he's a 20-point-per-game scorer, and defenses were geared to stop him, and still he scored anyway. Can really shoot it. He's really actually a very good passer. A good finisher in the paint, 68% as a paint finisher. Needs to improve his shooting off the bounce. Really the key is for Olivier Hanlon, can he play the point? Because he's not a great athlete at the two guard. He's not big enough, I don't think. So he's going to have to play the point, but he can really score. And I like him very much as a player. I actually had him rated about 7 or 8 spots higher than this 42 place where he went.
I think he can play the point. He's very dynamic and screen and roll. He had to do everything for Boston College. He had a lot of attention 24/7.
That's what the Jazz have done with Trey Lyles and Olivier Hanlon. The Pacers about to make the 43rd overall pick.
With the 43rd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Indiana Pacers select Joseph Young from the University of Oregon.
Joseph Young was the Pac-12 Player of the Year. He scored nearly 1,400 points in his 2 years with the Ducks.
Well, Joseph Young is another scorer, a fearless scorer, 21 points a game in the Pac-12. He started out at Houston after a couple years of really being able to score for the Cougars. He transferred in to play for Dana Altman. He can shoot it. He can shoot it in a variety of ways, catch and shoot. He gets it off quickly. He can put it on the deck. Very quick release. He's quick with the ball and has very good ball skills. He's a small point guard. Reminds you a little bit of Aaron Brooks. Not really a defender. He's more of a scorer, but a great kid and a guy who's absolutely fearless on the offensive end of the floor.
Larry Bird talked about wanting his team to play faster, surrounding the floor with multiple players that can put the basketball in the hole. They were 19th in pace this past season.
Miles Turner, maybe a bit of a surprise for the Pacers going at number 11, but a talented big guy from Texas, and now the Phoenix Suns have a pick.
With the 44th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Phoenix Suns select Andrew Harrison from the University of Kentucky.
So Andrew Harrison is the 5th Wildcat pick tonight. His brother Aaron's still out there, as is Dakari Johnson. Andrew helped himself, really, I think, a bit in his second year.
Yeah, the Chicago Combine really helped him, actually. At the beginning of the year, you thought Aaron Harrison had a better chance to get drafted more so than Andrew, but he kept at it. I give him a ton of credit. He's a taller, bigger guard, and he's going to a guard-oriented system in Phoenix that Jeff Hornacek runs.
He's shown he can be clutch. He's shown he can sacrifice for the greater good of the team. What's the record for the most collegiate players on one roster? Because that's what the Phoenix Suns are becoming. The Kentucky Suns.
Kentucky guys have got Devin Booker and Andrew Harrison both going to Phoenix. Trey Lyles, Willie Cauley-Stein, Karl Anthony Towns have been picked. Should Dakari Johnson and Andrew's brother Aaron hear their names called tonight, it would be a record for number of players selected from one school. The Celtics are on the clock.
NBA Draft, presented by State Farm.
While we were in break, the Boston Celtics made their 4th selection of the night, 45th overall.
With the 45th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Boston Celtics select Marcus Thornton from the College of William and Mary.
Celtics fans at this point in the evening, they'll celebrate about anything, but who's the Colonial Athletic Association Player of the Year and scored 20 points per game?
Yeah, he's a 20-point-a-game scorer, really dynamic and quick with the ball. And you mentioned that he could score, but he was so fast at the Combine. He tested out as the fastest player there, 40% from three-point range, but his speed sets him apart. The best player, William and Mary, since Keith Saplicki was drafted by the Lakers back in the 80s.
Okay, I'll trust you. What round?
Too many questions.
Only surface area research, JP.
You need to be looking over your shoulder. Keep your head on a swivel for Mark Tatum.
Right. We've been doing this for 4 straight hours. We got this.
Well done, JB. Well done on that one. That was impressive. My man, to call you out.
I know. How about that? You see the 4 players that the Celtics picked. Another guy in the backcourt for them. Only took one guy up front. They took Jordan Mickey from LSU. Otherwise, they've spent some time drafting guards tonight.
They're determined to be a 6-7 and under team. They're working on it.
The Bucks are on the clock, and the pick is in. What was that old league? Was that the USBL that was like 6'5" and under or something like that?
I can't believe I got my own.
The Raleigh Bullfrogs were in that league.
With the 46th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Milwaukee Bucks select Norman Powell from UCLA.
Norman Powell.
It's a good pick.
First team all Pac-12. Why do you think so?
Because he's a guy, his offensive game has blossomed. We've seen him grow at UCLA, and I think he's an elite defender. He's an elite wing defender, and he takes on the challenge of trying to lock a lot of people down. And for him to be drafted in the 2nd round, I think he's going to have a chance to make a team, and he's extremely athletic.
That's really the key. He's got a 40-inch vertical. You mentioned an athletic wing that can really guard, but he attacks the rim. He can drive it, gets to the rim in transition, very quick first step, but he's streaky as a shooter. He only shot 28% from three, even though he's improved his shooting. After January, only 28% from three, so wore down a little bit as a shooter, but as an athlete, wing defender, transition player, good prospect.
And we acknowledge the players in the pros, in particular productive players from Duke, from Kentucky. But don't sleep on UCLA. They have a lot of productive players that they've put in the league that are doing really well.
He could be a Tony Allen type of player. A guy who's just defensive lockdown if he makes a team.
He'll have his opportunity. So the last pick made was Norman Powell. And the phrase, as Bill has said earlier, what was it, America's war on sobriety or whatever. If you tipped one back every time I've said the Sixers are on the clock tonight, you're feeling pretty good by now, too. And they're just getting started. They're on the clock right now, and they still have two more. They have the third to last and the final pick of the night with the Sixers. You can find some gems in the second round. Since 2010, it certainly happened. Lance Stevenson recently traded from Charlotte to the Clippers. Chandler Parsons has been terrific. Of course, he's coming back from a knee injury. Isaiah Thomas, runner-up for the Sixth Man of the Year. We saw what Draymond Green was able to do in the finals. He, too, a second-round pick, 35th overall. And Jordan Clarkson, man, he's been talked about a lot tonight. The NBA All-Rookie team as the 46th overall pick. So the 76ers, they've accumulated a ton of draft picks, and they make yet another selection. Mark Tatum with the announcement.
With the 47th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Arturas Gudaitis from Klaipėda, Lithuania. He last played for Žalgiris in Lithuania.
Trust the process. Turn around to the backside of that T-shirt and it says draft and stash. And we're going to trust Fran here on this one for Arturas Gudaitis.
Here we go. We're at the warm body portion of the draft now, okay? You got a big kid here who actually had a good year for Žalgiris, a really good team in Lithuania. My European friends say he plays above the rim, but not in the NBA. He's a solid athlete. He reminds me of Aaron Baines from the San Antonio Spurs. And what you got here is another young big guy, and there's 4 or 5 of them. 3 have already been taken, who, in Philadelphia's case, they're going to watch this guy continue to develop. It's a good pick for where they picked. Sam Hinkie is accumulating assets. This is not a great one. It's a solid one for late second round.
All right, friends, so the Sixers, here's what they've done tonight. A couple of international players to go with Okafor and Rashawn Holmes up to this point. Okay, so Andy Katz is back with us right now. And Andy, I understand that perhaps there is a trade percolating involving our host tonight, the Brooklyn Nets, as Andy's going to check in with us now and let us know what the Nets are trying to do with some of their picks. The Nets didn't have a high pick in the first round. They picked right at the bottom of the first round, but they have been active now. Andy, what is Brooklyn trying to pull off?
Well, they completed a trade sending Mason Plumlee and the rights for Pat Connaughton to the Portland Trailblazers for Rondae Hollis-Jefferson and Steve Blake. This has been confirmed by Nets GM Billy King. It was tweeted out by Plumlee, so he basically said his goodbyes to Brooklyn, and Portland has also confirmed this trade. So some movement here in the second round. We can also tell you that the Grievous Vasquez trade that's been percolating as well. Norman Powell just picked by Milwaukee. Milwaukee confirming to me that he's on his way to Toronto.
Okay, so we'll make note of that as Norman Powell, as you said, could be a good pick for the Bucks. Instead, it's going to be headed to Toronto. The Oklahoma City Thunder making the latest pick. That pick is now in. Let's check in and see what OKC has done.
With the 48th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Dakari Johnson from the University of Kentucky.
That's a half dozen Wildcats picked tonight. One more and it'll be a record. What about Dakari Johnson and his potential to stick in the league?
Well, he's a big body, and he works hard to carve out space in the post. drop step, get to the rim, rebounds. He can block a few shots. He's just not an explosive athlete. He's really worked hard at changing ends and running north-south to get to the other end of the floor. But he's not a guy that has a great explosiveness or plays above the rim, and he doesn't have a ton of offense. He's just a big body that I think can play in the lane and grab some rebounds and be a situational player to come in.
You know, a lot of people were saying Dakari Johnson should have went back to school. I don't think so. I think he made the right decision. I didn't see Dakari Johnson getting better in the system for John Calipari.
And also, the system Cal has put together has been so amazing. He's created an assembly line to the pros. But when you're the Harrison twins and you're Dakari Johnson, I think you prematurely are forced to leave. And so now, in these situations, the other Aaron may not get drafted. And Dakari Johnson, definitely, if he probably was at another school, would have probably played another year. But as you mentioned, so many All-Americans coming, he probably didn't have too much upside into the draft.
That may be true, but if you, the Washington Wizards are on the clock very quickly here, do you think that Aaron Harrison could have improved his stock by going back another year?
It never hurts. It really doesn't.
Because he's a shooter who doesn't make shots. That's the problem.
Yeah. Okay, so the Wizards now have made their selection as we are now at the 49th pick overall, winding our way through the second round, a little more than halfway through. Here is Mark Tatum with Washington's selection.
With the 49th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Washington Wizards select Aaron White from the University of Iowa.
Aaron White, a versatile player, a senior who plays for Fran McCaffrey and the Hawkeyes. Pretty good athlete, can score in transition change.
Yeah, and he's a versatile player. You know, he can step away, knock down a shot, put it on the deck. Good footwork. You know, he's more of an energy guy. But a solid player that did a terrific job in the Big Ten and was really a leader for the Iowa Hawkeyes. So, you know, good value in the second round. Can come in and can play out on the perimeter, good length, and a solid athlete.
We're just trying to sneak and see if they could get a stretch four. Between their power forwards and centers, they only made 11 threes. That's the third worst in the NBA.
Aaron White led the Hawkeyes in rebounding all 4 seasons in Iowa City.
My lead.
Back here at the NBA Draft, working our way to the final 10 picks of the second round. Isaiah Bridges, if you were with us earlier, is the young man who won competition on Shark Tank. He has Moe's Bows, and he has become our de facto fashion consultant for the night and visited with Shannon Spade.
Well, Reese, back now with Mosiah Bridges. Then I figured since we're going to take a look at some of our analysts, Jalen Rose and Jay Williams, and what they look like in the draft, I'd wear one of the Moe's Bows, and this one is called Feeling Good, right? I think we're feeling good tonight. Okay, so we're going to start with the older guy. Sorry, Jalen. 1994, Jalen Rose, when he walked across the NBA draft stage, what do you think about his outfit?
Jalen Rose, he was very candy cane-ish. I would say it was very colorful, but at the same time, was it Christmas?
He's a lot bigger than you, and you know he's right over there.
Yeah, but don't tell him I said that.
All right, we will. Moving along to Jay Williams from 2002. What did you think about his ensemble?
Jay Williams, he was very clean and crisp, and I would say that's how we dressed in Memphis. It's very pristine and it's very calm and collected.
All right, so how many women purchased your bows to wear?
I believe about 90% of my company women buy bow ties because they buy them for their sons, they buy them for their fathers, they buy them from their brothers. It's just all women.
Well, thank you very much for joining us here tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
A $200,000 business that Mosiah is running. But right now, Jalen, you're probably thinking children should be seen and not heard.
No, I like that he said candy paint. But I got to show the young fella something. It was Christmas. Draft day, that's what it represents, young man.
I say, too bad I wasn't cool, calm, and collective in my career. I'm allowed to be self-deprecating. I can have some fun with it.
Well, it's like the people at home that want to watch and criticize. Just keep that cable bill current.
Hawks, their pick is in.
With the 51st pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Orlando Magic select Tyler Harvey from Eastern Washington University.
So Tyler Harvey went to the Magic. That was after the Hawks had taken Marcus Erickson. Tyler Harvey led the nation in scoring a year ago.
23 points a game. So he averaged over 20 points, and he had a true field goal percentage of over 60%. Now, there are only 6 guys to do that in recent memory. Stephen Curry, Kevin Martin, Doug McDermott among them. He's got a very quick release on his shot. Shot over 41% from three-point range, and he can really shoot it off the bounce. 52% from jump shots, with pull-up jump shots, shooting off the bounce. That's impressive.
And by the way, he was the main priority of every team they played against. He was the one guy that you had to stop. It's huge. He can shoot those kind of numbers with multiple hands in his face.
Yeah, he's not a great athlete, not a great defender, but he can really score.
The Magic were looking for some guys who could do that in the perimeter and on the outside. They already play hard. They have good defenders.
Absolutely. Alfred Payton, Oladipo, Aaron Gordon. They play really hard. Can always have more shooting.
All right, next pick is in now.
52nd pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Dallas Mavericks select Satnam Singh from Chowki, India. He last played for IMG Academy.
Satnam Singh is in the building here, celebrating his draft selection by the Dallas Mavericks. Get Fran Fraschilla on this case. Fran, what have the Mavericks got in Satnam Singh?
A long-term project, but he's big. He's from Punjab, the province in India. He did not qualify academically to play at a Division I school. He had a number of high major schools recruiting him, but once the academic issues reared their ugly head, he had no choice but to turn pro. The Mavericks here have a guy that they just hope with his size and his age, they can develop, put him in their D-League team, which is 30 miles north of the American Airlines Center, keep their eye on him, and most importantly, the first player, I believe, drafted from India. Now, Sim Bhullar, who played in the NBA last year, is Canadian of Indian descent, but I believe Satnam Singh is the first young man to be drafted from the country of India.
Global game indeed, Fran, as you see Satnam Singh and Mark Tatum celebrating this moment as he starts his professional career. We'll wrap up 2015 NBA Draft when we come back. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN. If you haven't seen Chris Bryant, he swings hard, finishes high, hits it a long way. The rookie phenom leading the Cubs against the Cardinals. Baseball rules on ESPN, 8 o'clock Eastern Time on Sunday night on ESPN and the Watch ESPN app as well. While we were in commercial break, a couple of picks came down the pike, including Sir Dominic Pointer from St. John's going to Cleveland.
Great length and energy guy. His value really is going to be as a defender. Not much of an offensive player, doesn't really shoot it. But he is very athletic and long, and he can really guard. One of the better defenders in the Big East.
You know, when they played against Duke at Madison Square Garden, he really came into his own offensively. And he has the ability to score, but I think defensively is where he's going to make his money on the next level.
Absolutely, and playing against the Golden State Warriors, that was one of the things that got exposed playing against by the Cleveland Cavaliers, their inability besides LeBron James to guard on the wing at the wing position.
And Sir Dominic Pointer was the Big East Co-Defensive Player of the Year, and then after Pointer was selected, the Utah Jazz took Danny Diaz from Spain. Fran, what about Diaz and how quickly he can be ready to play in the league?
For where he's picked, I absolutely love this guy. This guy would swim across the Atlantic to play in the NBA. He's got toughness, an excellent rebounder for his size, also an improving deep shooter. He's not Andres Nocioni by any stretch, but he has that kind of game. He gives Utah toughness, and don't be surprised if earlier than later he makes the Jazz. Like this kid. Tough.
I got to tell Fran that there are players that are swimming across the Hudson River to play in the NBA.
All right, so the Jazz take Danny Diaz, the San Antonio Spurs, picking 55th overall. Only 5 more picks after this one before the draft is concluded. Here is Mark Tatum.
With the 55th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Caddy Lillane from Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and UMass.
Lillane averaged 11.5 points, 9.5 rebounds per game. Got a little bit of size to him.
Well, Caddy Lillane is very bouncy and got a 7'5" wingspan, a guy that averaged 12 rebounds per game at the Portsmouth Invitational. Just sort of a rebounding machine, can block a few shots, but his length sets him apart. That's where his value is on the defensive end on the glass.
You know what, RD, with 5 picks left in the draft, we haven't heard names like Cliff Alexander, J.P. Tokoto, Brendan Ashley. I mean, Cliff Alexander was a freshman. Brendan Ashley, J.P. Tokoto, they left school early as juniors.
And we've already mentioned Aaron Harrison. Will he hear his name called and become the 7th Wildcat to be selected? The New Orleans Pelicans are on the clock. While we were in break, the New Orleans Pelicans made their only selection of this 2015 NBA draft, and here it is.
With the 56th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Brandon Dawson from Michigan State University.
Brandon Dawson finished his career on the banks of the Red Cedar with a school record 142 blocks, a near double-double guy for Izzo.
The banks of the Red Sea.
The big sweaty.
Brandon Dawson is a big-time athlete. Terrific offensive rebounder, very good in transition. Has tried to improve his offensive game and has improved his offensive game, but he's going to have to come in more as an energy guy, can come in and defend, rebound, run the floor.
Brandon Dawson going to the Pelicans. Few more teams left. The Nuggets are on the clock, and then we'll have 2 more 76ers picks. Sandwiched around the Hawks.
Still got a chance to get big. More big men, here they come.
The 2015 NBA Draft is presented by the State Farm National Bureau of Assists. No one assists alone. And in part by the Samsung Galaxy S6 Edge. And Taco Bell's Grilled Stuffed Nacho, the first nachos designed not to be shared. Live Mod.
Last 5 picks in the NBA draft. We saw Brandon Dawson being selected by the Pelicans. Nikola Radosjevic from Serbia, who's a teammate of Chris Porzingis in Spain, was selected by the Nuggets. So the Philadelphia 76ers with the 58th overall selection. Not their 58th pick tonight. It only seems that way. Here's Mark Tatum.
We have another trade to announce. The Toronto Raptors trade the player contract of Gravis Vasquez to the Milwaukee Bucks for the rights to Norman Powell, the 46th pick in the draft, and a future first-round pick. And with the 58th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select J.P. Tokoto from the University of North Carolina.
And the eruption of few of the people remaining here in the Barclays Center tonight, including J.P. Tokoto and family and friends who left North Carolina early, really, against what Roy Williams thought was better judgment, but he's selected by the 76ers in the 3rd to last pick in this draft.
Look, everybody has their family situation. I don't know what JP's is, but I'll say the decision he made. I was happy he got drafted. He'll have a chance to make a team. Extremely talented. Struggles to score the ball shooting-wise, even though he shot the ball a little bit better in the combine. But I think he has a chance to be an elite defender on the next level.
Yeah, he's got length and superior athleticism, and he's an excellent passer. You know, he's one of those guys that is a spectacular 2-footed jumper. Doesn't go off of 1 foot very often or as well, but off of 2 feet, man, he can really soar above the rim. This loping gait in transition, but he does pass very well, and he is a very good defender. He's just somewhat limited on the offensive end. I don't think he's ever going to be a shooter.
Tokoto making his way to the stage, greeted by the Deputy Commissioner of the NBA, Mark Tatum, and wearing that 76ers hat. Do we have enough room on the screen for all these banners? The Sixers have accumulated pieces And the big piece in the middle now, they have a guy who can score in the low post in Jalil Okafor. They also took Rashawn Holmes. They also took some international players. And now with the third to last pick in the draft, they take J.P. Tokoto. What do you think about what the Sixers have done?
Their roster, other than you want to get Embiid healthy, obviously. Nerlens Noel is showing he can block shots and also defend. Okafor is going to be an anchor. They need perimeter players that can be contributors on both ends of the floor. He should come in with a big-time work ethic, being picked this late in the draft. You might get a worker out of this young guy.
You know, for Philly, I still think Philly needs an elite point guard to have some cap space to go out and get that point guard. Ish Smith is good. Tony Roten decent. I don't think either one of them are the starting level point guard for the NBA.
Next to last pick in this 2015 NBA draft belongs to the Atlanta Hawks, and that pick is in.
With the 59th pick in the 2015 NBA draft, the Atlanta Hawks select Dimitrios Agravanis from Athens, Greece. He last played for Olympiakos in Greece.
And the Hawks have had a change in ownership now. They, of course, brought in Mike Budenholzer, who led them to 60 wins. A little bit of that Spurs philosophy, perhaps, by reaching into the international ranks. Fran, what about this pick for the Hawks?
For where they've got this guy, this is a terrific pick. He's only 20 years old. He's about 6'10". He's a stretch four man, can play away from the basket, can put it on the floor. Maybe someday, I don't think he can be a three-man, but he definitely has some athleticism. Olympiakos is one of the best teams in Europe, so getting this guy where they've got him, I really, really like this pick. I haven't said this all night, so I'll do it now. He's a draft and stash guy, but this is a terrific value pick this far down in the draft. Good job.
At least you didn't say 2 years away from being 2 years away. All right, Fran. So one pick remains. It does belong to the Philadelphia 76ers, and that will wrap up this 2015 draft, the one that started with intrigue tonight about whether the Timberwolves would take Karl Anthony Towns or Jalil Okafor. Then the Lakers threw a little bit of a curveball in by taking D'Angelo Russell. It has been an exciting night in this draft, particularly at the top.
Welcome to the 2015 NBA Draft. With the first pick, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Karl Anthony Towns from the University of Kentucky. D'Angelo Russell from The Ohio State University.
Their franchise isn't used to losing, and I'm a winning player.
Jalil Okafor from Duke University. The New York Knicks select Kristaps Porzingis from Liepaja, Latvia. Frank Kaminsky from the University of Wisconsin.
Now 4 Kentucky Wildcats have been picked in the lottery. That ties the record. And so the drive to be great and the quest to be selected in the draft comes down to this. Final pick of the night belongs to the Philadelphia 76ers, rebuilding team. Here is the final pick from Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum.
Before the final pick tonight, I'd like to thank ESPN and our broadcasters around the world for their coverage of our draft. I'd especially like to thank the borough of Brooklyn, my hometown, and all of our dedicated fans here tonight. And with the 60th pick in the 2015 NBA Draft, the Philadelphia 76ers select Luka Mitrovic from Novi Sad, Serbia. He last played for Red Star Belgrade in Serbia. Good night, everyone, and thanks for coming.
And so Luka Mitrovic is the final pick of this draft. Fran, what did the Sixers get here?
They got a 6'9" kid who can play both inside and out. He's got to improve his outside shooting, but he's playing for Red Star, a very good club. If he doesn't make outside shots, it's going to be hard for him to play in the NBA because he is a stretch four who right now doesn't spread the floor. 60th pick, man. you're just hoping for the best. And he plays at a good level. I like the way he plays. He is a tough kid, and good for him. He got drafted. He could tell his grandkids.
And there were some disappointments in that regard tonight. Fran, Cliff Alexander, 1 year at Kansas, did not hear his name called, although I'd say not totally unexpected. Aaron Harrison of Kentucky comes out after 2 years. He didn't hear his name called tonight.
Brendan Ashley as well, from Arizona, a junior.
I'm really surprised that Cliff Alexander wasn't drafted. He was such a highly rated recruit going into Kansas, didn't perform well, and didn't finish the year because of an extra benefits issue, wound up getting dinged by the NCAA. But one of the things, and I don't know if this is the case, one of the things I was really surprised at was, he kind of badmouthed Kansas when he left, and I wasn't really impressed by that. I wonder if the NBA franchises that looked at him were similarly unimpressed by it.
We'll see. Now Cliff Alexander will have to try to make his way into pro basketball in a different way other than the draft. Same with the other guys who didn't have their names called tonight. But it was an exciting night, certainly for Karl Anthony Towns, the #1 overall pick, and D'Angelo Russell, who's headed to the Lakers, and Jahlil Okafor, who's headed to Philadelphia. Thanks, everybody, for watching the 2015 NBA Draft presented by State Farm. Sports Center's coming up next. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For everybody on our spectacular NBA Draft crew, I'm Reese Davis saying thanks for watching, good night, and here comes Sports Center.